everybody. Welcome back to the Danger Planet. Today, we're talking about English Ivan, who is neither English nor is he named Ivan.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let me be the first to welcome to the official first tier lists on the channel ever, even though they've both been in a bunch of videos. Nathan, welcome. Nathan01, for those on the Discord. How are you doing? How are things?
I'm doing good.
Are you pumped for Ivan, even though we made you wait in the video channel for 25 minutes while we were recording this around a tier list immediately before, which was a bad idea?
This will have been 9 continuous hours of tier listing. Brandon and I will both be more tier lists than human at the end of this.
Yeah. But how are you doing? How are things? You got anything cool you want to plug or talk to the internet about, or that you're doing soon?
No, I don't think anything's coming up right now.
Well, Nathan and I have pretty much crushed Space Marine 2 as a tandem. Nathan, you'd be very proud of me. I got all gold tier equipment now for my tactical and my assault, and actually a max leveled bulwark. So Nathan and I are waiting on Horde mode. If you want to play Space Marine 2 with Nathan and I, come into the Danger Planet Discord, and it'll be a time.
Nice. Extra reasonable plug for English Ivan, because they're both British. The Games Workshop. We did it. Jesse, welcome back to the channel as always. You are Jesse, who people might know you as Jesse from The Boring Conversation. How are you today?
I'm great. Thank you.
Are you super pumped for Ivan and talking about redeeming the besmirched name of how terrible Ivan is and how he's the worst master in ES? You know, I hear people say all the time.
Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it.
We're going to crush that rumor. It's not true. It never was, even though maybe it is. But we'll find out.
It was for a while.
People have been real down on him since the nerf.
It's also wild to think that I thought Jesse had been on a tier list before, because literally he shot like the first 10 episodes of any Malifaux content on Danger Planet ever with like all those faction focused stuff he was helping us with. And then when he was like, I haven't been on a tier list yet, I was like, wait, is that true? And so, yeah, officially welcome, Jesse. You're the man. This guy helped us build Danger Planet from literally the ground up. If you ever want to see the high-level overview faction videos, check out those. Those are some of our first videos we ever did. Jesse also has a really excellent podcast called Boring Conversation that he is very humble about, but it's really, really good quality content. If you're looking for conversational, high-level Malifaux coverage, that's the place to go.
Yeah.
And then
Jesse, do you have anything you want to plug?
Is there anything that might be happening soon, Jesse, that you want to talk about?
Like in February?
Yeah. So 2 things. Well, I guess 3 things. Boring Conversation. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate the plug.
You're the best.
You're the best. It's certainly not a boring conversation at all. It was a joke.
It was a joke. But yeah, no, seriously, take a listen to the podcast if you guys like long form conversational style recaps, reviews, and just like discussions about just play in general. I mean, we've done a bunch of episodes recently that weren't really specific to like a Malifaux faction or keyword. The most recent one we did was like a roundtable with some new players from our local area that just got into the game and just kind of getting their insights and thoughts on what they felt its strengths and weaknesses were. We've done stuff like, long form discussion about the merits and pitfalls of using clocks in competitive and casual play, and some other stuff too. I usually look for about 1 episode every month and a half. Sometimes I get a little bee in my bonnet and we'll get out an extra one, but yeah, there you go.
I will say, Jesse, the clock video was one of the things that really sold me on clocking it.
Yeah, we like
beforehand, but
I think Brandon and I both, that was like a big turning point for us. And like, actually, seriously, I'm not memeing at all. Like when we listened to that, because we listened to that as we were trying to decide what we wanted to do with clocks at our Danger Planet GT. And like, obviously we leaned on your experience because you also owned, what did you I think you donated 19 clocks to the Danger Planet GT also.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny. All right. So what is happening in February, sir? What is this thing that's happening?
Yeah. So last weekend of January, it's like January 31st through February 2nd, I believe.
Yep.
Of 2025. I'm going to be running the Malifaux event at Captain Con in Warwick, Rhode Island, just outside of Providence. It's about, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes from the Providence airport. And in the past, I've done the Malifaux Content Creators Invitational two-person team tournament on Friday, and then I've done an open event, 5-round, not teams, just regular, single player. What do you want to call it? I don't know. Regular tournament at any rate on Saturday and Sunday, and I've gotten to the point now this year that I've gotten enough people from the public asking about. I've gotten enough players over the past, couple of years express interest in playing in the teams event, but it's always been invitational and just for content creators, hence the name. So I decided this year it was time to, pull the pin on that grenade and switch it over to the main event. It's now going to be a 3-person team event on Saturday and Sunday, 5 rounds. There will be a regular 3-round warm-up event on Friday if anybody wants to get more Malifaux in, or maybe the team event just isn't really your jam. But I'm really looking forward to it. There's going to be a really heavy emphasis on team spirit, so there's going to be a very special award given out to the team with the best spirit score. Contributing to that are going to be things like team cheers, what do you call it? What's the word? Yeah.
Smack
team
talk
cheers,
videos.
smack talk videos, costumes, giving out like tchotchkes and like kind of door prizes to the opponents at the other side of the table. There'll be like a rubric for scoring. So if you do a smack talk video, you'll get a certain amount of points. If you do costumes, you'll, get some more points.
What if Brandon
there'll
puts
also
together a
be-
smack talk rap and then we deliver it as a YouTube short to your YouTube channel? Is that worth extra points, or is it worth less
I
points?
would be willing to bet that will factor heavily into the public scoring segment of the Team Spirit Award, where the other folks that play in the event are going to be able to basically vote for who the most spirited teams that they played against or saw at the event were. So
It will be Brandon.
would be a
Brandon
great way
will
to
be
do
the
it.
most spirited person there.
I
Wow.
get the feeling that could happen.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then last but not least, you won't see this video by the time it actually airs, but coincidentally, I'm actually going to be playing on stream using Ivan on Beard Mini's stream, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon.
We can
2:30
find that
Eastern.
game, and through the power of the internet, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, link it up.
we will link it in this information
on
section.
the
Yeah.
17th, because today's the 16th.
Yes, 17th.
This is how we keep ourselves accountable, the internet. We say things during the video so that when Brandon and I are editing it later, we're like, oh shit, yeah, we got to do that.
And if
then-
we leave it out, get in the comments.
Yeah, and yell at us in the comments.
Especially Doug.
Yeah,
Um,
the best. I love it when the internet yells at us.
No, I mean, just about the adding things to the comments. I mean, I can do it too, but that's like, I do the editing. Doug does that part. This is just in case you didn't know. Now you know how the danger.
All right, anyway.
Now you know.
I am here to say that Captain Con kicks ass. Captain
It's gonna be
Con
great.
was actually the first ever big tournament event that I prepped for, because it was my first year into Malifaux, and I was on Sam's team, and it was actually the first time we went was 2 months before Danger Planet even existed, and we got an invite, and it was dope. It's a really fun time. Captain Con is also a really good convention for Malifaux style gamers. And what I mean by that is it is very embracive of esoteric niche indie games. It's got a very strong skirmish game culture where a lot of people show up and they'll play games like Arena Rex that you probably would never see at your LGS, or there's things happening like you walk through the hallway and people have this giant spaceship game that they've made and they're like, hey, you want to play with us? And it's like such a cool indie gaming culture. And packed around that is because of how well Jesse has done from an administration standpoint, the Malifaux footprint, I guess I want to call it, has grown and grown and grown. And now we're in a big ass dope room with what, Jesse, you figure 25 tables available if needed, right? I mean,
yeah,
at minimum,
we could fit 25 tables into that room. And the event, the conventions told me that if we exceeded our cap for the space, then they have other spaces that they can move us into. But
yeah, it's awesome. I would highly encourage anyone to check it out. As a person who travels around the country to go to Malifaux events, even though this is a Malifaux event that happens to be 20 minutes from me, and one that Danger Planet's going to be heavily supporting, if I was not living 20 minutes, I would travel for this, just like I would travel for a Doug Bowman event out to Texas, or just like I would travel to go and Nova, or just like I would travel to maybe Gen Con. We'll see in the future on that one. But like, check it out, guys. We'll have all the pertinent information. Anything else you want to say before we start talking about Mr. Ivan, Jesse?
Nope. I'm good.
All right.
Cool. Yeah. Also, Warwick's like an hour away, but it's fine.
He's also a character in League of Legends.
Warwick?
Yeah. He's a werewolf. No, he's a werewolf. He's not Rhode Island. He's a werewolf.
Oh,
in that game.
that's
is he
weird.
from Rhode Island?
I think so, yeah.
I hope he is. Wow. Get in the comments. Let us know. Okay. So we're going to talk about Mr. Ivan now. Now that we've caught up with everybody and we got all the things, and you should all come to CaptainCon because it's going to be amazing. So I've heard of English Ivan before. We have two versions, just like most masters, and then we have a totem. English Ivan 1, he's a guy. He's a master. He's got 11 health. The sort of real hits on the thing are Black Mirror, which is when he would gain a condition, a friendly model with this ability can gain it instead. We have Dark Deception, which is when a model takes damage from an enemy attack, you can eat a shadow marker to reduce it to 0. He counts as having Umbra while hiring, which is, I think, the change. That's one of the things that they took away. So he is DUA, but he's a dual keyword master, so he's DUA and Umbra. And he only gets Umbra while hiring. He can, at the end of his activation, choose a Scheme or Shadow within Aura 2 and drop the other one and basically turn it into the other one. Friendly Umbra models that start within Aura 6 heal 2, and then Ungentlemanly Affairs is a thing that you'll see on a lot of models in the keyword, if not all of them, where they treat neg flips from Concealment, Distracted, and Friendly Fire as plus flips. I won't talk too much about his abilities, but so Jesse, do you want to walk us through Ivan 1 and sort of how he functions as a crew and a keyword and a master?
Yeah, for sure. So Ivan is the summoner for Explorer Society. Every faction has a summoner. A couple of them have 2. Ivan's the guy. He summons Umbra models, which are basically like shadow creatures pulled in from the other side, from the Umbra. The thing that's kind of cool about him is that he's very different than a typical summoner. He actually can only summon by successfully attacking an enemy model of willpower 4 or greater with his runic siphon attack. It's a 10-inch range, stat 6, resisted by willpower, and if he hits the double crow trigger intercision once per turn, he can choose not to have the attack deal any damage, and as long as his dual total was at least 14, then instead of doing the action's regular effects, you get to summon an Umbra minion with cost equal to or less than the target's willpower plus 2, with a shade upgrade attached into base contact with the target. His only other trigger on the attack is Shadow Pin, which you see on a couple of other models. The target must have concealment or be within 3 inches of a friendly shadow marker. When resolving, target suffers +1 damage and gains staggered. One thing that's really important with this, and the only reason I'm going through this ability in such granular detail, is because it's kind of the thing you're going to be doing with him more than pretty much anything else on the card. If the attack has any positive flips in its duel, it can replace 1 positive flip with a crow in the final duel total. And the only thing that the base attack does is just 2, 3, 4 damage. That's it. The other things that he has are Black Soulstone, which is basically a 10-inch shockwave that is just a shockwave 1, move 13, damage 2, and friendly Umbras ignore the effect. You can get a surge trigger or swift action to take the action again. He's got Encroaching Shadows, which lets him move a friendly Umbra model or shadow marker that's within 10 inches of him up to 6 inches in any direction, and it can cause some tests and potentially do Distracted, maybe give the Umbra model a chance to take an attack if you hit the cut them down trigger. And then his one and only bonus action is Shade Step. He only needs a 4 for it to go off. You just place him anywhere within 6 inches in concealing terrain, and it has a crow trigger to immediately drop a shadow marker into base contact before you actually do the teleport. So This master he's kind of like a weird synthesis between a ranged damage dealer with a little bit of support abilities and a summoner. The thing that he really does is he brings like an enormous amount of AP efficiency to the table. If you do a summon with his runic siphon, it's probably it's one of the most AP efficient actions in the game. That's not just like an AoE movement effect. So essentially what you're doing is you're targeting an enemy model with a resist that's up to 10 inches away, summoning a model into base contact with them, which could theoretically be on the backside. If you happen to be summoning a Daeva, then you actually get to take a made to kill attack as well, because you're doing a place. So essentially what you're doing is you're summoning a model which is 1 AP, you're putting it up to 11, maybe even 12 inches away from him, which is really the equivalent of like 2 moves. And if you happen to be summoning a Daeva, then you're going to get to take an attack with it. So that's basically 4 AP out of 1 action. It's not very common that you get summoners that can just literally summon models in the middle of your opponent's crew. And it can be like a huge monkey wrench in their plans. Massive problems. And we'll get into kind of some of the stuff that he does with those summons when we get to him. But that's Ivan 1 in a nutshell.
Rad. That's a very concise breakdown. You may also know that there's a second Ivan model, which is one of the coolest models I think that was released in this set. He has this cool wall thing in front of him that's really rad. Let's talk English Ivan Double Agent. He comes with 3 upgrades that I'll talk about in a second, but Nathan will go over more in detail. He still has the Black Mirror and the Ungentlemanly Affairs ability. He's gained a new ability called Beguile, so enemy models with Distracted are never considered engaging this model, which is, I think, a little misleading. And correct me if I'm wrong here, but you can still attack him. That's a thing, because engagement, although you would think is something that's necessary for a model to be able to attack things, that's not really how attacking works in Malifaux. So, like, you don't have to be engaged with something to melee it; just has to be within your range. He can still get attacked, but for purposes of, like, taking interact actions or abilities that require engagement or not, he won't be engaged if they have Distracted. Which is particularly...
Yeah.
Sorry?
And most importantly, his only damaging attack is a projectile action that doesn't have a melee attack symbol on it. So if he's distracting, if an enemy model that is normally engaging him has Distracted, they don't count as engaging him, so he can still use Gloom Strike. Exactly. Otherwise, he can't attack.
Yeah, otherwise he just wouldn't be able to ever attack.
Yeah. And importantly, but kind of a bad thing for him, is that enemy models that do have him in their engagement range but are distracted don't count as engaging, so you won't get friendly fire shooting at them.
Yeah.
So you don't get
so you won't get the bonus from Ungentlemanly Affairs. But to sort of aid the generation of this, he has a 1-inch hazardous aura distracted around him. So if enemy models treat the area within 1 as the distracted, and then the secret plan upgrades that I talked about, you get to choose 2 of them, put them face down in the start phase right after deployment, before the game actually begins. And there's 3 different upgrades. You can have up to 2 of each, so you can have 2 of the same ones. As far as like what he actually does and how he plays, Nathan, do you want to walk us through what an English Ivan 2 crew sort of does and looks like and revolves around?
Yep. So Ivan 2 is very much a sideways master with all of the like positioning and mobility stuff he has. For his tactical actions, you've got Shade Swap, which is you just basically swap places with Mordrake, and then Stick to the Plan is only the human half, the DUA models, you heal to, and then they get to take a bonus action, which, when we actually get to those models, can go over what you can do with that. Displacing Shot is kind of like Colette 1's sword trick, where you are swapping the target and a chosen Umber model, and you can choose Ivan yourself, so you can, like, say, this is an important model in your crew. I have something like the Alleyway Echo. I'm going to put the Alleyway Echo next to your important model, and that important model is going to come into my crew. Now you have to deal with the Alleyway Echo and this model is just left hanging in my crew that I can start shooting it or whatever. Then Covert Agent is 6 versus willpower. Its main thing is just for scheming stuff, but you can give Staggered, which can help with his damaging attack, and then you have a trigger to draw cards equal to number of distracted a target has. So potentially uncapped. Realistically, you're probably only going to get like 1 to 3. And Debt of Gratitude, which is such a good trigger, because especially with Covert Agent also dropping a scheme marker, so you can just like hit a model, get a scheme marker, remove one of theirs. Really good for any number of schemes, with especially like Information Overload, where you get a 2 scheme change with 1 action, and just disrupting schemes in general, or forcing your opponent to be spending AP to just drop random schemes that they don't need just to defend against that, so they can actually score their schemes. And then Gloom Strike, just a basic gun. The important thing about it is it's against move instead of like defense or willpower. Just 2, 4, 5, you give them distracted, and then you have a trigger to pulse out distracted, which if Ivan's next to them, that's good for him because you can shoot him, give yourself distracted, and then you have a positive so you can shoot him again.
I think the biggest thing that I was always curious about, Nathan, about this, like Ivan 2 in general, is can you talk to us about the all-important, or I guess if you have something you want to cover before that, definitely do it. But after that, could you talk to us just about the all-important upgrades that he comes with? And like, I guess my biggest question for you, as like a good Ivan 2 player, because I didn't know those existed out there at all. Like I didn't know Ivan 2 players were a thing, let alone that you could beat me with him when I was trying as hard as possible with Seamus and lock Seamus in the Shadow Realm. That was like a wild moment for me. But how do you think about these upgrades? In what game states, or in what against what opponents, or why do you take the various upgrades? And also, like, how do you play them throughout the course of the game? That's like the biggest thing that I think. I just want to understand about how this master works.
Okay, yeah. So to go over what the upgrades do first, Secrets and Shadow is you just how the upgrade works is during the start phase of any turn after turn 2, you can reveal one of your upgrades, and then they just have an effect that goes off. So Secrets and Shadow is when you flip it and discard it, you just get a Daeva in base combat with any enemy model in play. So it's kind of like another undercover, except you don't send whatever model you came to back to their deployment zone. They just have a new friend to play with. Next one, Explosive Turn of Events. You can just designate 3 friendly schema shadow markers and blow them up. Doesn't remove the markers or anything, but it causes a target number 14 defense duel in a 3-inch pulse around them for 3 damage. They don't stack, however, so like getting 1 model in all 3, they still only need to take 1 duel. And then Turncoat is in Obey for just a minion or enforcer, and for an enemy minion or enforcer, and it gives a positive to any of the actions duels. So the most important thing about those 3 is that since it's not during an activation, you don't get any once per activation effects. So like the Daevas don't get their made to kill attack, or you can't make an enemy charge, or that kind of stuff. So that is the most restrictive part about Turncoat, because the enemy either like has to have a gun or has to be in a position where they can melee something else and it'll actually like matter.
So I guess my question for you, Nathan, is: do you think that this is a like an oversight on their part? Do you think this is intentional? And do you think that this is something that we're likely to see fixed in the future or eroded? Because like it seems to me, and I think like everybody who's ever played this master, that Secrets and Shadow should let the Daeva do his place made to kill place.
His Daeva-y thing.
His Daeva-y thing. The thing.
His Daeva-y thing. That thing that he does so do.
Yeah, but the made to kill ability is, like you said, once per activation. It's in the start phase, so you're not allowed to use once per activation of things. Well, it's not in activation, like in the start phase.
we hadn't been through multiple errata cycles since they've released, I would say it was definitely an oversight. But at this point, even if it is, I don't think it's enough of an issue to like warrant the card change.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, I don't know. I think that Ivan 2 at the very least gets a lot of bad rap, if not Ivan as a whole, and I think that it would be a generally good thing. So I guess for the first of what will likely be 8 or 9 times in this video, get in the comments. You got to tell Weird, fix this. Jeez, it's been like 2 years, guys. Come on.
I would say that, for Turncoat in particular, the Obey one, if you could take the charge action, I think that upgrade might actually be too good. It's an unresisted Obey. There's a lot of minions and enforcers out there that have like really spiky damage tracks, especially if your opponent makes the mistake of leaving focus on them at the end of the turn, because you can just kind of use the focus. Yeah. And they don't just get a positive flip to any duels, they get a positive flip to all flips made during the action and any generated actions. So like it's the nightmare lowest scenario is you use something that has like a multi-attack trigger, and you're getting multiple attacks with positive flips on the attack, positive flips on the damage. If you could also charge, I think that you would just probably never take anything but Turncoat. Now it's kind of a decision because all the upgrades kind of have their place.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, fair. You take it away, then we're gonna errata the card. We can change that part too. It could be to just duels to give it the low hit treatment, but
yeah, it is it's definitely on like a balance beam of not being too good, but also not being like you want it to work the way people would initially think it could work. And then going into like what upgrades I usually choose, I almost always start with just saying I'm going to take 2 Secrets in Shadow, because it's 14 free Soulstones of models, and Daevas are very good models, especially when you can just put them next to an enemy when their biggest issue is that they're move 4. So that kind of just ignores that.
Yeah, just get a free Daeva on turn 3 and 2 and 3.
Yeah. Explosive turn events is, I think, one I would reach more towards if my opponent is playing a swarmy crew, so like Soma, Nexus, those kind of crews where there's just a lot of models and you can get a lot of value out of just blowing up 3 markers somewhere. Or in a game like Raid the Vaults, where your opponent is going to be around certain spots, so you can, again, more likely actually have it do something. And then Turncoat is 100% based on what the opponent's models are. Because, like, doing it just for dropping a scheme mark or something isn't amazing value when given what you're giving up for it. But, like, if you're playing against Guild and there's going to be, like, you're playing against Ashel, you say they have Executioners, and the Executioner is going to be against an X2, something that doesn't really want to get hit by an Executioner, you can abuse that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I think that's... is there anything else you want to talk about Ivan 2 before we move on to the keyword, to the group?
Most of it's going to be based on, like, how we interact with models, so take it to that.
Yeah. One thing I'll say about Ivan 2 real quick is it's easy to gloss over because, like, his attack Loom Strike is only a stat 5 and it's only an 8-inch range. But in my experience, it's probably one of the most accurate attacks in the game, because he's frequently going to be getting double and sometimes triple positive flips. So triple positive flips on a stat 5 against move. 245 is a decent damage track, and it just automatically gives out Distracted, plus it can pulse out unresisted Distracted. It's a lot more powerful than it looks on the card.
Yeah, and it's a gun that benefits from not increasing the defensive stat that you have to go against. It's nice.
Right, yeah, cover doesn't do anything. I mean, a little bit, because they get the negative damage, but still.
Yeah, you're probably mostly just dinging people for 2 with this thing, mostly, and just to hit them and do the Distracted and maybe the Disturbing.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides of the 245 damage track in this crew, is that you can't just focus to get
Yeah,
to
there
moderate
is-
because most of the time you have a shitload of distracted stacked up on you for positive flips, so it just kind of doesn't work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
But
is a
being against move means one staggered and they're already like
Yeah,
can
there's a lot
be
of staggered.
stat 4 or stat 3 into your shot, so you're doing half the work of getting to a straight flip already on just
Yeah.
the stat.
Yeah, because you stagger if you need to. You can stagger them with Covert Agent, then Gloom Strike them if you need. Like if you even just on his activation, you can do that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other ways to get out staggered in this keyboard too. So
Dude, fuck Debt of Gratitude. Fuck that trigger. I hate
Dude,
playing against
Debt
that
of
trigger.
Gratitude is the
So
best.
It's because of you, Brandon.
Yeah.
You're the reason I hate playing against that trigger.
Look, man, Molly, you just owe her a
Fuck.
debt of gratitude.
I hate that trigger. I hate that trigger. I hate playing against that trigger. It's so
Alright.
fucking annoying.
I mean,
Uh,
people
one
are asleep
thing
on Philip and
I-
Nanny, man. I love her.
One thing I do want to add with Ivan, with displacing shot, one good thing you can do with him is like if you don't want to leave any of your models hanging in your opponent's crew, you can just have Ivan be the friendly model, and then you swap Ivan in to where the opposing model is, and then you can just shade swap back with Mordrake. So now Mordrake is there. Who really cares? If he dies, he comes back anyway. And it also gives a distracted to the target on the way because you place Ivan in base contact with the model first, so then when they place out back to where Ivan was next to a shadow marker he drops, they move through his hazardous terrain, so they get distracted.
yeah, pretty absurd levels of maneuverability in this crew for sure.
Yeah, buddy.
It's funny to hear from you. Or I guess also, Jesse, I'd be interested in your quick take here. What's your thoughts on how, when, and why you take the different upgrades, and do they differ at all from what Nathan said?
No, just exactly what Nathan said. I find that I tend to take explosive turn of events the least because it's tricky to set up and make like really effective. It requires it hinges a lot on what your opponent does with their models. So like sometimes you take it in a game that you think it's going to be good in, and then they just don't move near your scheme markers or shadows, and you don't put out the volume of shadow markers with this crew that you do with Ivan 1. So I would say that's probably the most situational for me. Most of the time I'm taking Secrets and Shadow to summon Daevas, which is just like always good. And depending on the opponent's crew, sometimes I'll take a turncoat. If there's like a big 2-inch engage, melee model, or I've even used it. You can do kind of wacky shit with it. Like I've used it on my opponents.
You are the king of doing wacky shit in Malifaux games and winning them in ridiculous fashion. So I believe that.
I've used it on like my opponent's hodgepodge emissary to do plenty of wares on one of my models with positive flips on the heal flip and hitting the ram trigger to make it do extra healing. So like trivially being able to just heal one of my models that's about to die for 4. Like weird stuff like that. And sometimes it's just as simple as like, hey, I'm going to make your model take an interact action and pick up a scheme marker, or
like that bomb over there that's going to then cost you a point. Like,
right.
I
Exactly.
can't do it.
I mean, they have a whole turn to respond to it, but still, it can put pressure on. It's a matter of like figuring out when the right time to use the card is, and I think that's the trickiest part with turncoat is identifying the right time to use it, or when you should hold on to it and hope that you have a better opportunity on a future turn.
Yeah. I know you're right, Nathan. But you get what I'm saying. Like interacting with a strategy in some way that is annoying and costs them a point, basically.
Yeah.
It's so you guys are basically both saying the majority of the time you just hit the value town button and get 2 Daeva or 2 Stalkery Slinky Boys.
2 Daevas, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's
That's
what
kind
I
of
would
like the
do.
default choice.
I think the other 2 are too situational.
It's literally 14 soulstones of models that you don't have to do shit for.
Yeah, I will say that I have used explosive turn of events against Sommer, like the new Sommer, with all the scheme markers that he drops and all the little like Bayou Gremlins and stuff that are on the table.
Yeah, I feel like
pretty
though
brutal.
you really they get so much value out of that, because if you blow up their gremlins, you're gonna lose all your pass tokens and they're gonna draw a bunch of cards before the turn starts. Right?
Yeah, but you can also, as a summer player, like if you do it correctly, it can break apart their old cranky network in a way that leaves a bunch of core models kind of out to dry, and then you can kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably
and
it can just decimate old cranky networks.
taking apart a bunch of the Bayou Gremlins or Skeeters or whatever at the start of the activation, or at the start of the turn before anything gets a chance to activate, like an activation from one of those models is almost always better than a pass token. So like, yeah, I'm going to lose some pass tokens, but at the same time, I'm not dealing with like 6 to 8 AP of just like pot shots and stupid shit.
Yeah, so you're basically saying it's a tech pick, know when the matchup calls for it. Other than that, jam the value button.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you get to choose it after deployment, so you have a lot of...
You get to see what the fuck's going on and whether or not you need to be like skewing to like for like a Cadmus or like a fucking Summer or like a I don't know what else would have like a crazy amount of models out there, but whatever that would be.
Hamlin.
Hear me out. I don't think it'd be that crazy if you just got all 6 and you had to do one a turn. Just saying.
Hear me out.
I think that would be a fine buff to him. Let's move on. Okay, we'll talk about this totem boy. He's basically just Ivan, but a little shadowier and a little taller and a little stretchier.
I like his mustache better, to be fair.
He's got a little stretchier mustache. His name is Mr. Mordrake. He's not less Drake, he's more. And he's defense 6, and 4 is where Ivan is, except for willpower, and size 2. He's got the Black Mirror ability. He's got Ungentlemanly Affairs, just kind of like most of the things we're going to talk about, quite frankly. And then Born of Shadow. So the area within one of him is concealing terrain. Obviously, that massively is good for Ungentlemanly Affairs. It gives everybody in your crew basically plus flips. And his demise ability, Silhouette, is after he's killed. He can be placed into base contact with friendly English Ivan. If he does so, it heals 2, ends all conditions on itself, gains a shielded, and the friendly English Ivan suffers 2 irreducible damage. So, can't stone it, can't do anything else about it. He's got a reach through. That was really hard to not say a different word on. 2, 3, 4, and it heals Mr. Mordrake 1. He has a drop a shadow marker trigger and a bury a model trigger, which is enemy only. Drag under just flat out gives staggered, can pulse out distracted, and his ability Shade Step is the same as Ivan's, place anywhere within range and concealing, but it's a little bit higher to go off, and it has a built-in eat a shadow marker to heal trigger, and it can drop a shadow marker as a trigger. Obviously you're always taking him. There's never a reason not to, except for that one scheme if you're playing GGL maybe, or one strat if you're playing GGL maybe. Okay, Doug, Mordrake. Last Drake?
Mordrake. I think you want Mordrake. So Mr. Mordrake is actually the reason why I think this crew is super fucking neat. I think
you're super fucking neat, Doug.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Yeah. Like there are like I am a bit ADHD both in normal life, but also that comes over and hits my Malifaux life as well, in that I bounce around masters all the time. I have almost gotten through all the masters in the game to the point where I can play them to like a pretty okay level. Not all masters in the game have totems that are super impactful to the play style, nor the impact on the board state. Sometimes they kind of just hang out and give you an extra card, or sometimes it like has a heal on it or something like that. Mr. Mordrake, to me, is an incredibly skill expressive piece that can be really annoying to have to play against in certain scenarios, and if you're really talented using him, can do really terrible, awful things to Doug Brecker when he's playing Seamus 1 against Nathan. And also Jesse to Doug Brecker when he's playing Kurai, or like both of these people on this call have schminagled my bagel with Mr. Mordrake in separate games, and it has made me think that he's just really cool to be able to use. And I'm talking basically like claim by shadow on reach through, and the fact that he's unkillable and blinks all over the board and is really fun and cool to use. So like I'm a super huge fan of this guy, specifically for what he enables on the table and the fucking crazy level of threat that he represents to masters and high profile targets.
Yeah, I think that Mordrake is almost inarguably probably one of the best totems in the game.
He's got to be. He's got,
especially like the thing with him is that he's not like Lord Chompy Bits, where like the worst thing Lord Chompy Bits is going to do is, take a couple of melee attacks with his, heavy claws, which are crazy good. If you play Mordrake wrong, he can kind of like not do anything. Like his actions aren't super impactful. The big thing with him is basically that he is a almost unkillable totem that is not insignificant, and that's really, really important to mention.
Yeah, he's a significant model.
He is a significant totem that you just kind of can't kill. And in previous gaining grounds, when you could use him as like a target for certain schemes like Vendetta or what have you, and you can just guarantee basically 2 points every game by doing so, it was even crazier. Now, I mean, basically the things that he does, the biggest things on his card really are the fact that he's unkillable and not insignificant, but also Black Mirror, the thing that lets him swap conditions back and forth with Ivan, really serves a couple of significant purposes. One of them is it provides a certain level of resistance to things like stunned and slow and staggered. Staggered doesn't really matter so much on Ivan most of the time, but neither version of Ivan want stunned. It's like this whole keyword lives, breathes, and dies on its triggers and bonus actions, so denying those to either of the masters is like crippling. Slow is obviously never good at all, but also like it's not so bad to just shuffle burning or poison off on this totem that isn't going to die, and when he does use his demise, he's going to clear those conditions anyway. The other thing that's really cool with this too is that because Ungentlemanly Affairs gives you positive flips on Distracted, it means that, turn one, you can use one of the other models we're going to talk about. One of his AP means that you can get 4 Distracted onto Ivan, because you can just take the 2 Distracted that go onto Mordrake and put them onto Ivan. So it's super efficient, and probably the most threatening thing that he does, which can really warp the way that your opponent acts around your models, is his Claim by Shadow. So you can just bury high profile targets like masters, beaters, what have you, inside shadow markers. And if your opponent doesn't immediately break them out, like on the next activation, there's a good chance you're going to be able to use Ivan encroaching shadows that marker twice back into your deployment zone, so they'll never get it out. It's really, really, really tilting if something like that happens, but it is not super easy to actually execute. It's not a very reliable thing, but when it happens, whoo boy, is it fucking awesome.
I mean, if you have like a 13 of crows.
Well, that's the trick, is like you can only do it with a crow. You don't have a way to build in suits, and crows are extremely high value cards in this crew. Like very, very high.
But like capturing a master is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Yep. You just do. Hey, if they are in base contact with a shadow marker, awesome.
Yeah. Get wrecked.
Mordrake can do wacky shit like drop his own shadow markers if you get the Trail of Dust trigger on his bonus action, but that's the only way he can do it.
Or Lingering Shadow.
That's not super reliable.
Yeah, you can also do it with his melee. So if you get the 2 melee,
well, yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta do 2 attacks, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jesse, we did forget to ask about Mordrake. Did you used to call him on his cell phone?
You used to call me on my cell phone late night when I need your love. All right, yeah. Jesse's like, you guys are way too manic right now.
It's Hotline Bling, Jesse. Come on,
too much. All right, Nathan, what do you got? More Drake or less Drake, and why?
Yep. The one thing I like about Mordrake with Claim by Shadow is that Ivan 1 and Ivan 2 both have different ways of making that better. With Ivan 1, there's what Jesse mentioned, where if Mordrake gets it off on someone, Ivan can just move the shadow marker far away from the enemy crew. With Ivan 2, you just kidnap the model into a shadow marker in the first place. Because, like, you do the thing with Ivan 2 where you, whatever the action's called, can't remember off the top of my head, Displacing Shot, because that leaves a shadow marker, and you have to put the target in base contact with that shadow marker. So you can get a 8, 9.5, 10.5 inch.
This is how he got
movement.
Seamus.
Yeah. You can kidnap an enemy model like 10.5 inches away from where it was, and if they were already like at the front of their crew, that's even farther from the rest of their crew. And then you follow up next activation with Mordrake just walking over, slapping them, and burying them in that shadow.
Yeah. and you can like get him staggered beforehand. So move 5 duel against stat -2 because it's move, right? So like,
and so they can't get moved out by the enemy crew.
Yeah, and then I think after you buried Seamus, you then just literally moved the emissary on top of him, and we're like, screw you.
Yep. Yeah, you move a big model on top of that shadow marker, and
he then waddled over and just like popped a squat on Seamus on the shadow marker that Seamus was in, and was like, "You're never getting this master back." And I was like, good game, Mr. Nathan, good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does sound problematic, I will say.
Yeah, it was pretty problematic.
Yeah, and you can combine Shade Step on Mordrake with Ivan 2's Stick to the Plan to just get some insane movement out of English Ivan, because like it doesn't Stick to the Plan is anywhere on the board, so no matter where Mordrake is, you can then move him 6 inches to some concealing terrain, and then just swap places with Ivan. So Ivan can literally go across the entire board.
Yeah,
with nothing your opponent can do about it.
Yeah, he just blinks. He basically just like blinks around the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I think Mr. Mordrake's rad. You should always hire him because you get him for free, and it's a cool model. We do need like a cool, like happy, like Tree Friends style English Ivan Nightmare Crew. So you can have like.
Oh my god, that would be so sick to have
like
an English Ivan Nightmare Crew.
Yeah, Rainbowy Shadow, god. Like you know, just saying. But get in the comments. Number 2. I don't have a pun about Mr. Mordrake, but I did do the Hotline Bling thing earlier, so I'll leave it at that.
I love that we did the Hotline Bling thing, and as it was happening, Jesse was like, "What the fuck's going on right now?" That was also the best part of it, I think.
Well, it's because I used to call him on my cell phone.
Used to call me on your cell phone.
I wonder how many more times that'll come up before we get demonetized. Let's talk henchmen. The first of the henchmen in this crew is Mr. Gibson DeWalt. He has tools for the job. Auto hire. Done. No. So Gibson DeWalt, he's an 8-cost henchman. He has 8 health, 5, 6, 5, 2. Arcane Shield is pretty good. Tools for the job, which is an amazing Ungentlemanly Affairs. I think we're correct me if I'm wrong, we're done seeing Shadow Butt McGee. What's it called? Black Mirror. That's just
it's only on those 2 models.
It's only on those 3 models. But yeah. Blinded by the Light. Because he's blinded by the light. After an enemy model within 6 is targeted by an attack action, you can reduce the value of the target's distracted by 1 to give them an egg flip, which is neat. It's like reverse distracting him. It's not bad. He's got a cool wrench. It's a 2/3/4, and you can just smack Umbra models to heal them for 2 with Surge. It's not built in, but he's a henchman, so you can stone for a card if he really needs one.
Well, he has tools for the job.
He has tools for the job, so you can automatically build it
in.
But clearly, you're going to be doing that with masks for anti-luminal bridge. But we'll get.
No, probably not. We're probably doing it for tomes.
You know what? Drawing cards is lame. Teleporting models is where it's at, Jesse.
Yeah, we'll get there anyway.
He has a 6-inch stat 7 willpower duel to give the enemy distracted with chromatic aberration. And if it's within 1 of an Umbra model, you can instead have that the target you can focus 1. So like, do some stuff. Burnout trigger, really, really good. Mechanical Firefly, once per activation, he has a willpower 13 shockwave that gives out 2 distracted, but friendly Umbra models can ignore it. And the trigger lets a friendly Umbra model within 2 of the shockwave take a melee action ignoring range, targeting an enemy model that failed the shockwave duel, which is not strictly speaking super reliable, but you can stack all kinds of shit to make it more likely. His bonus action, it lets you drop a shadow marker, and anti-luminal bridge on a mask is choose a friendly shadow marker within 6 of the drop marker and Gibson, and until the end phase, after a friendly Umbra model ends a move in base contact with either the chosen marker or the drop marker, you can place into base contact with the other marker. So a lot of movement shenanigans in Mr. DeWalt here. And I have it on good authority that he did invent the drills. Like that's
that you go when you go to the dentist. DeWalt. He invented all the dentist tools.
No, the DeWalt drill company.
It looks like he's holding a bunch of dentist tools.
Well, he is a dentist by trade, but that's not.
It's a mechanical firefly, Doug.
Yeah.
He's like it's upside down, and he's like working on it. Oh, I get it. Okay.
And it's about to project
a
nuclear shadow.
It's got wings. So. I'm just.
I don't know what's happening right now. Okay. Anyway, I'm first. Yeah. Excellent job narrating, Brandon. As always, I'm Doug.
Oh.
Hi. Yeah, I'm your friend. You know me pretty well. Gibson with DeWalt is absolutely insane. You should literally never not hire this man if you're playing either version of Ivan. He is so awesome. I won't repeat or get ahead of myself because the two people sitting right behind me are incredibly qualified to sing the praises of why this model is awesome. But I am pretty confident this is auto slam, mega, always higher. All right, I'll pass it off to the professionals. Go ahead, Jesse. What do we got?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely an auto hire in my opinion on both versions of the crew. I mean, like, tools for the job is always good. You know, if Longton were here, he'd be saying that alone would make it auto hire. The other stuff on his card that's really, really critical is, honestly, is Mechanical Firefly, because it's the thing that gets the distracted machine going for you on turn 1. And then he can also just very reliably put fast and focus onto a model. Frequently for me, what I end up doing with him is using Chromatic Aberration to target Mordrake after I've done a Mechanical Firefly. Mordrake passes the distracted over to Ivan, so he ends up with 4. And then I use Chromatic Aberration on Mordrake so that he gets fast and focus. And even though he takes 2 damage from burnout, because he's going to start within 6 inches of Ivan, he's going to automatically heal 2. So yeah, it's pretty good. And then on future turns, you know, he's just swinging at stuff with his Artifactor's Wrench, occasionally throwing out Chromatic Abs if you really need to put distracted on something, and then more regularly throwing out Mechanical Fireflies on your opponent's crew, because like a Shockwave 2 Willpower 13 for distracted 2 is a lot of distracted, and if you can bury your opponent in it, it can really, really, really blunt the effectiveness of all their models, which is good because most of your models aren't super durable. And like these Dark Delights thing, like, I don't know, the biggest value in that is the fact that it drops a shadow marker with a bonus action that you only need a 4 for. The Antiluminal Bridge is really, really hard to use in Ivan 1. It's much easier in Ivan 2 because you can make Gibson take 2 bonus actions on turn 1, so you can actually reliably set it up. But you also tend to hire less, or at least I tend to hire less Umbra models in Ivan 2, so there aren't really as many models that can make use of the bridge. It's a little weird, but yeah, he's definitely an auto hire for me, like hands down.
Now there's the Alleyway Echo who can really make use of the bridge.
Yeah.
What do you got, Nathan?
Yeah, pretty much just what Jesse said. Turn 1 in Ivan 1, you're definitely wanting to just like pump him up with distracted and then doing something else with his activation. Mm-hmm. It just depends on what specifically you want.
You agree this is a strong auto hire? Like,
yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
And if you're on wedge or something, or like flank, and you're going to be really close to the enemy, like you can just Mechanical Firefly twice with him and then not move. It's maybe not ideal, but then you can get distracted 8 on Ivan because there's no cap on distracted.
Isn't Mechanical Firefly once
per activation? Yeah, never mind. Pretend I didn't exist. I was thinking that in my head. I've never actually done it, so pretend I didn't say that.
Yeah, sure. Future Brendan, edit this out, but don't edit this out. Like we do with all of our edits.
Embarrass me. It's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mechanical Firefly. It's good. I will say that his Blinded by the Light aura on the front of his card is really, 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 really good. But I think I've only actually managed to use it like 4 times.
It is insanely good in Ivan 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Ivan 2, it's a different animal entirely.
Yeah,
it feels like
can shoot a model on 3 positive flips out and negative to resist. Take your 3/5 damage.
Yeah. It's like, it's interesting looking at Gibson now. Like, I haven't like picked up this card and looked at it in a while. It's funny thinking about how some of these abilities are crazy impactful in Ivan 2. Like, he's good in Ivan 1. Obviously, you still take him. But like, Blinded by the Light is fucking crazy in Ivan 2.
Yeah.
And neg flips are a hell of a drug. So,
yeah, especially with being able to like kidnap your opponent's models and put them near Gibson, because the biggest problem with Blinded by the Light in Ivan 1 is that Gibson's frequently not really close to very many enemy models.
Yeah.
And it's only a 6-inch aura. So like,
yeah, but you have all the displacement.
I have ever had to take bad activations with Gibson to just double walk so that I can get close enough to enemy models to use his aura.
Yeah, but you can displacement and movement is so much easier in
but
Ivan 2.
when you can take an opponent's model and put it next to Gibson,
Yeah.
that's a different animal
Yeah,
entirely.
when you can fucking capture the thing where you want it to be.
Yeah.
Mhm.
One of my favorite things I've done with Gibson was I was able to do these Dark Delights with Absolute Bridge twice because you can link 2 different shadow markers of the same one in a daisy chain.
Mhm.
And then just any Ember model that moves into one can just go like 14 inches across the board to the other one.
Yep.
Neato. Yeah, I think I'm a fan of DeWalt in general. I think that their
Their power tools are really fairly priced.
Yeah, I've had their drill. They're really priced, good quality.
Yeah.
Also, Gibson's fine too. I honestly, I think I'd rate their drills slightly higher than their Gibson, but their Gibson is quite good.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, you know. Also, their chainsaw is pretty good, but I'm not legally allowed to talk about
Brandon,
that.
you shouldn't tell the internet about your chainsaw cache.
Yeah, we're not gonna. No, it's not a cache. It's more of a soulstone cache. If you think
It
about
lives in your magnet attic.
something about chainsaw. I don't know. Look. Point being, look. It's Corvis Rook. We did it. Okay, let's move on.
Brandon, you've had such better transitions than that. Come
Doug,
on, man.
We've been recording videos for like 6 hours in a row now. They're not all gonna be fucking.
They're
gold,
not all.
okay?
They're not all grand slams. All right, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
sorry,
fine.
man. I put too much on you. I'm sorry.
No, look. All I'm saying is, I just need you to have a little bit more of a flexible morality because
There
I'm
we
feeling really
go.
slippery.
See, there we go.
And
You're right
I'm-
back on it. Good job.
Don't worry. I'm gonna cut all this out. I'm gonna remove the evidence.
He's not
Okay?
going to. See, there we go. We
did it.
You had it in you, bud.
Boy, does this guy have 6s for stats. He's got flexible morality because he's a rad Brad lad with plaid. You could paint him with plaid if you wanted. So if he gets targeted, the enemy either has to pitch a card or get an egg flip. You might have seen this from the recent Lucius rework. He has Price of Progress, which is really good, although he's a henchman, so yeah, but why not? He can remove evidence at the start of this model's activation. He can eat a scheme corpse or scrap marker within 4 to draw a card. He's slippery, so he can only be engaged or targeted by melee actions from any models in base contact with him, and he has Ungentlemanly Affairs because he's a part of the DUA, the Department of Ungentlemanly Affairs. His stat 7 melee is 0-inch range because he's slippery, and that's how they template slippery, but it's a 2/3/4 that gives them staggered, not conditional upon damage, which is very good. It has a trigger on every suit, and they are draw out, secrets, execute, shove aside, which are all insane. And then tell me what you know is fine too. Target pitches a card or names one of their unrevealed schemes, which is like one of the only things in the game that does that. And they're just going to pitch a card. I've never seen anyone name a scheme before. I don't think anyone ever has in the history of Malifaux, but look, man, if they have no cards in hand, theoretically, turn 1, you could get them.
Or if they really want to keep their cards in hand.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. If they have 1 card left in hand and you activate Corvis Rook late and it's the red Joker, they're probably going to be like, all right, fine.
All right, fine. I have. I don't know, nothing bleed.
Later on, it just says they have to discard a card. They don't have a choice if they've revealed both their schemes. He has pressure, so you can target a non-leader enemy model within 3 of a scheme or friendly shadow marker. They either have to pitch a random card or take 2 damage, or take a non-bonus action that doesn't attach upgrades or list a model by name chosen and controlled by this model, which is why you can't target the leader or master, because that means the same thing nowadays. And backroom dealings, enemy only reveal their control hand with pulled here and there as a trigger. This guy just like, fuck you, I'm not playing by the game. Give me the info now, and he's gonna beat it out of you. That's his whole vibe, Doug.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Corvis Rook.
Okay, so Sam and I argue about Corvis Rook a lot with one another because
I think everyone does.
I want to believe, like I really want to believe.
Right, he's going above Ivan in both auto includes. I don't care what you say.
I want to believe because his kit is really cool, but 9 soulstones in this economy is a exceptionally high number of soulstones for a 0-inch reach guy who can't really get into the action by himself. I get in Ivan 2, he's easier to blink around and stuff. It's just like, I think,
Doug, I can't believe
like,
you of all people.
If Corvis Rook goes on sale and is like 7 soulstones, I'm in. If he's 8 soulstones, like I might even do it. At 9 soulstones, I feel like I would rather spend it on like other models, probably, is my take. But I can see why he's cool. He's just really expensive in my list.
I can't fucking believe this. Doug, you of all people, I can't believe are complaining about length of a melee attack.
Yeah, I do notoriously have a stat 0 inch reach, stat 7 melee, Brandon. Watch out, I'll charge you with it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Anyway, Jesse, what do you got?
I'm gonna defer to Nathan on this one because I have thoughts on Corvis Rook, but I would love to hear.
He wants to go after. Nathan's like,
I don't
Jesse
think
goes, Jesse, I go, Jesse, what do you think about Corvis Rook? Jesse goes, use a pass token.
I don't think we've ever had anybody use a pass token.
Yeah, we've literally never had anyone use a pass token on a tier list. That's fucking awesome.
Hey, I've never done one before. Neither has Nathan. So
yeah, here we are.
We don't know the rules. We make up our own fucking rules.
From now on,
using a pass token.
Yeah, from now on, everybody who's been in tier lists, who's never been in tier list, gets pass tokens equal to the number of tier lists.
Yeah, you get pass token ratios. That's fair. All right, go ahead, Nathan. Your co-host used a pass token apparently.
Yeah, and it's like chain activations where you can't also.
Yeah, you don't have any pass tokens.
Yeah, no. Corvis Rook is like the definition of you have to play him to know how you feel about him, because everyone is like, there are two very firm camps of like, he's good, you should always hire him, he's bad, you should never hire him, and they can never agree on anything. And I don't know where I stand on him, because he is like, he definitely has good stuff on his card. It's just, can you actually leverage it in a game?
And is it worth 9 soul stones to try to?
Yeah, like, Recover Evidence is a really good ability, but you have the Scheme Markers to fuel it. The Staggering Punch is really good, but like, is it 9 soul stones good? Maybe, maybe not. Pressure is a weird ability.
I mean, it's less bad than it is on fucking those 10 Thunders guys, the Kalanaka crime bosses.
Yeah,
because at least like
it hurts worse when you're
positive flips because of all the because of Ungentlemanly Affairs. So
yeah,
that's cool. But
and you got all that Jaw Secrets to put a scheme marker down.
I guess what if you're hold on, stay with me here, boys. What if you're using pressure to score your like schemes? Because you're like price of progress, draw secrets on you?
I'm getting there.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right.
Like, he is move 6 and slippery does mean he's not like, he doesn't feel the 0-inch engage as much because he's decently quick and you can't really lock him down that easily. And like, when you can just do hold here and there as a bonus action, even if someone is engaging you, just like, I'm gonna just push out and then go do something else.
Yeah. Yeah, because it doesn't matter how far you push out, you just need to be a little bit. So, like, you can't basically, he's too slippery, you can't trap him, which makes sense. Jesse, do you want to unpass now or forever hold your...
Yeah, that's fine. Well, Nathan, where would you put him? In auto, some, or never?
Definitely sometimes.
Yeah, like, same for me. Well, probably, I probably put him in, like, the middle back of sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I unfortunately, I'm controlling the tier list, so that's where he's staying, so...
All right. So, yeah, I would put Corvis at the very top of sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's probably where we'll see what
Corvis. Out, so like my take on Corvis is that I used to hire him like all the time. Then I kind of got away from hiring him, and every time I didn't bring him, I always felt bad about it. And realistically speaking, like especially in Gaining Grounds 4, he's really, really hit his stride because draw out secrets on a stat 7 attack or a stat 6 attack that's typically going to have a positive flip is incredibly good. Like it literally wins games.
Yeah.
Like I can reliably say that almost every time that I've taken Corvis and used him properly, he's probably scored me 2 or 3 points. And he's probably also doing a good job at denying a point for my opponent
because people don't want to run
with evidence and all the other stuff he does.
Yeah.
And then like sometimes you can just kind of catch your opponent with their pants down and they don't have any cards in hand, and then it's like 2 stat 7 executes. Suck it. I guess your model's dead.
Taste it. Taste the removal of the evidence.
Yeah, I mean, like for me, the decision on whether or not I'm going to take Corvis is how important is draw out secrets to my plan to score. If it is important, I'm taking him, and he's going to score me a point or 2, or maybe even contribute to a third. the only real problems with him, in my opinion, are that backroom dealings is like kind of a crap bonus action. The only reason I ever even take it is to get the pulled here and there trigger. That's the only thing that it's good for, because the shtick with him is that he is a model that you don't really need to put resources into to make work, because he has price of progress. So yeah, he's a henchman, but a lot of times I'm running low stones with Ivan Cruz anyway, so I don't really need stones for him. Because he can just get the suits he needs when he needs them.
It just prices for him.
Yeah, he just prices for it. And the backroom dealings piece, like just being able to, like you said, build in a mask to just push an iota out of melee so that you can scheme or, do something else, just makes it really, really hard for your opponent to deal with him. If they send like a really heavy hitting beater at him, like an Archie, like a min 3 nasty, he's probably going to drop. But against just about anything, he won't kill it, but he also won't get killed by it, and he'll still be able to do his job. So for me, he ends up very, very top of sometimes, because if he's going to score me points, he's going to score me points, and that's when I'm going to take him.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I have 2 points, and I don't think either of them have been covered yet that I want to talk about with Corvis Rook. Number one, I think to answer the question that we're all thinking, smash. And then I think my favorite thing on his card probably is backroom dealings, because it's under pressure.
He doesn't have under pressure on it, though. It would be great if he did.
No, I mean, look at the card, Jesse.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yeah! Brandon 1, Jesse 0. Let's... Okay. We gotcha. Okay. No, that's all I got. I think you guys covered him very well. I really like him. He does a lot of wacky shit, and I think that the keeping your opponent on the back foot and keeping them guessing is a lot. Like, the mind games are big in Malifaux, and the ability to make them commit resources to where you're not going to be is a very, very useful.
Or even, honestly, the other thing I was thinking while Jesse was talking is the ability to passively control an area with him by literally just having him stand there and have an opponent not want to commit models towards him. And then you just do the scheme plan. So he does get value as a schemer, but also your opponent is deterred from just being a little schwangly near you.
Obligatory, that gets much more valuable when the scheme pool is something that messages it like it.
Right.
In GG3.
Exactly. In like GG3, I didn't really take him that much. Because there just wasn't really much emphasis on scheme markers, and if he can't use draw out secrets for effect, he's not
as good.
Really that great.
Yeah. But when that changes,
there's a big effect for it. So like, I take him. I would say in like 9 out of 10 games with in GG4 with Ivan, and I probably take him in like 6 or 7 out of 10 games with Anya. But that's another.
I think the biggest takeaway from this for me is just like, when draw out secrets is going to be a high leverage ability for you to score or help you score, it's going to be good. And when it's not that, he's kind of an underwhelming beater with a pretty cool toolkit.
Yeah. And the super, super critical thing for him with draw out secrets, and it spills over into another model that we're going to talk about pretty soon. It's very important to mention. He has a 2-3-4 damage track with the draw out secrets that you can build in the suit for, and there's no enemy only stipulation on that. Like, you can just punch one of your own models twice and drop 2 scheme markers with any card.
Yeah.
It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, you take a lot of damage doing that, but yeah. Sometimes you need to.
Hey,
sometimes you need to.
Point surprises, boys. Point surprises.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's talk about this lady. Her name is Eva. She is a Hava in the hand. And she has Don't Mind Me, Flexible Morality, Ungentlemanly Affairs, and Scoundrel, which I don't know if that's unique to her, but at the end of the model's activation, it can look at the top 3 cards of the opposing player's fate deck and put them back in order.
I think it is unique to her. I'm pretty sure she's the only model with it.
Well, she's got an Electric Whip, which is a 2/3/3, and models damaged have to either pitch a card or you can move them up to 3. She's got Shadow Pin, so if the target has concealment or within 3 inches of a shadow marker, they take +1 damage and gain staggered, which is not conditional upon damage, which is great. And Sweeping Strike, which is a great bit. We're in the Enforcer category now, so she doesn't get to build it in, unfortunately, but She has a Derringer, which is just a 2/3/4 8-inch range, but it has coordinated strike, which is great because if you're getting coordinated strike, you're probably getting friendly fire, which means Ungentlemanly Affairs means your stat 5 gun, which is middle isn't that great, will be at a plus flip. She has Secret Passage. Secret Tunnels is fucking wild. It's on the higher end of Secret Passage. You need an 8, but you know, she's no Seamus. And then she has a really unique bonus action that there's one other instance of, I think, in the game, and it's super fucking weird. But you target a marker. It's called Lock Away. You target a marker, and until the end phase, enemy models treat the area within 2 as concealing and may not take actions other than walk and disengage while within this area.
This is how Jesse destroyed my master now.
Yeah, I was gonna say when we get to Doug's turn, we're gonna ask Doug to tell us how he feels about
fucking hell, man.
Well, it's Doug's turn now, so.
I mean, yeah, Eva, this model's dope. It has Secret Passage. It has an ability that also destroyed my master one time called Lock Away. It's good. I really like this model a lot. I think Secret Passage is just a really good ability. I think when you can pull off spicy Lock Away plays, they can literally just be game winning. She has Flexible Morality, which is a pretty decent thing. The one downside is that she's kind of squishy, so you can't really put her into scenarios where you ask her to survive. She needs to go somewhere with a proactive plan, in my mind. And you've got to be careful about exposing her to, it's a dangerous world out there for somebody with stat 5 across the board that can't use soul stones and has questionable defensive tech, I mean, don't get me wrong. Flexible Morality is good, but just that and stat 5s across the board and 7 health ain't keeping her alive for too long. So you got to be careful about how you use her, basically. I think she's probably not an auto hire because in some matchups, the opponent can just decide to kill her if you are like on the wrong map or in the wrong matchup maybe. But man, this model kicks ass. It's like got to be the absolute top end of sometimes higher for me, I guess. Jesse, what do you got?
Yeah, I'd put Eva. I would put her at the bottom of auto include. There are very, very few matchups that I don't take her. The thing is, like you said, she can get kind of blown out. She's stat 5s. Flexible Morality isn't like a real defense. I mean, there's like plenty. You can just focus and get around it. So if
anybody that
in
really wants to hit you,
if somebody really wants to hit you, they're going to hit her. And like 7 wounds is good because it means that most of the time she can't get 2-shot. It can happen with like big beefy models, but the thing with her is that she's got Secret Passage, and like you could pay 6 points for a huckster with Secret Passage, and obviously they have what do you call it? The thing that drops like a couple of scheme markers. What's that stupid ability called? It doesn't matter. We're not talking
false
about
claim.
Hucksters. False claim. So like hucksters have Secret Passage and false claim for 6 points. Eva is 1 point more, has Secret Passage, has a totally different set of tech, and like just some of the stupid stuff that she can do with Secret Passage, I don't think there are many other models in the game that can, because like just being able to Secret Passage a model that has a 2-inch engage into some enemy models to tie them up so that all of a sudden they can't charge, they can't interact, they can't do whatever it is they're going to need to do, can be crippling. Like the effect of her attack is kind of inconsequential most of the time. Like, yeah, you hit a sweeping strikes and great, but I mean, the real thing with her is like there are some turns where it's like you win initiative because you have a pass token for reasons that we'll get to in the future model. And then your opponent just has like a couple of really critical models that are sort of bunched up. And then she just Secret Passages in, has Don't Mind Me, so she drops a scheme marker and then locks away on it, and then none of your opponent's models can do anything. Like they just can't. They're stuck. There's nothing they can do. So that can be, I mean, that can really swing a game. There are times with her where if there's been like an enemy master that I just can't really deal with for whatever
literally
reason.
did it to me in a Kurai match. He tri-pointed Kurai, did exactly that play loop, and then locked Kurai out for
2 turns.
Which was
couldn't do anything.
2 full
Literally
turns.
Couldn't do anything.
And that basically ended up winning him the game because he fell behind on attrition because I got pretty lucky with a couple red jokers and killed Gibson early. So he didn't have a bunch of engines. So he was like, fucking YOLO, put the gas to the floor, did the play, and it fucking won him the game, and it was awesome. Yeah, he wrecked me on the internet with it, for sure.
On the internet. And like the other stuff she does is cool. Like there are times when, you know, just having a coordinated attack on your ranged, your crappy Derringer that you're probably going to be getting multiple plus flips on is not a bad thing. It's not going to come up that much, but sometimes she just doesn't really have that much else to do. So it's a thing that can happen. I've only done it a few times, but when I have, it's had, you know, there's been value there. Also, I can comfortably say I have never once in any of the 30 or 35 games that I've played Ivan and brought Eva remembered that Lockaway makes the aura of 2 concealing as well. I'm just usually squealing with glee when I say I'm going to lock away and that your models can't do anything, and I completely forgot that it makes a concealing terrain too. So go me.
Man.
Yeah, I don't think it comes up that much.
No.
He's like, I'm usually destroying somebody's hopes and dreams by capturing their master. And I forget this other subset of the rule.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think, Nathan? Are you in agreement? Top, bottom of always?
I would go for top of sometimes. I am personally just a more aggressive player, so like the more schemey options, I don't lean towards as much. But that's just more playstyle differences.
Do you think that there's much of a difference with her in Ivan 1 versus 2?
For the most part, no. A big thing with Ivan 2 is that Ivan 2 has a lot of high TNs, and adding another TN 8 on that isn't amazing.
I was going to say, if we think about it,
yeah,
Ivan 2 has better mobility at easier access, so this might be better in Ivan 1, in my mind.
Yeah, I think it is, because like the mobility stuff that Ivan 2 brings to the table doesn't really impact her that much. And one of the strongest things on his card is his bonus action that makes another DUA model take a second bonus action, but her bonus is not one that you'd benefit at all from using a second time.
Yeah, you're using it like
It
hyper strategically.
can be, but yeah.
Sure.
I guess.
If you're a million in magical Christmas land, yeah.
Or just
I don't think it's that hard
2 non-strategy markers. Like, that's not that crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's that hard to have a marker in some spot, like especially just a shadow marker.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess that's
because
fair.
you're gonna
I'm probably
easily be able to
underselling it.
drop one, and like, there's probably gonna be one somewhere.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
the
like, I mean,
hardest
there
part
have
is
been
just-
times when I've put it on like a shadow marker, and then my opponent uses like a ranged marker removal ability to get rid of the marker. So I guess like in those kind of narrow situations, being able to put it up again is probably useful. And then like, I guess you can just make 2 auras, like 1 2 inches on one side, 1 2 inches on the other side, and make a big exclusion zone. So I'm wrong. I stand corrected.
Yeah, I think it's
A
not
nuclear
something that'll
shadow, if
happen
you will.
often.
Right.
But when you can do it, it is very good.
I think she's good. The reason I'm more inclined to put her in sometimes is just that she is. I have played against her a good amount of times, and I think she's very easy to kill. Because like she really doesn't. Flexible morality is her only defensive deck.
No, I mean, the last time that I played her, it was against a Nekoma 2 player, and I slightly overextended her, and then a young Nephilim that has built-in positive flips just
fucked
killed her.
up.
She just died, like
Literally
turn 1.
single
I was like,
elimination,
oh, Eva's dead. That's cool. There goes half my game plan.
Sometimes she is very tanky, but it's not all the time. I will say, you know who is very tanky, and that might not be fucking true at all because I've never played against this guy. I just wanted a good segue, and I think that this is it. Because it's not always about how well you do. Sometimes it's about shooting your shot. Host Ducat.
What? Oh, because he's like, I am not throwing away my, and it's a Hamilton looking guy.
It's not. I was just going with it and hoping that I would figure something out by the end. But alas, this segue was forever doomed. So Host Ducat is a 7-cost guy. He has 7 health, and he's 5s across the board. He has. Oh my gosh, he has Forever Doomed. If you don't know Forever Doomed is a really good ability.
It's a crowd favorite here
It's a
on
crowd
the Desert
favorite
Danger
here.
Planet team.
Amongst people who play Jackdaw sometimes, where they take 2 hanged with the Grace Force Touch and then just fuck people up. In opposed duels with Host Ducat, his black jokers are always red jokers, period. But enemy models treat red jokers as black jokers in duels, not in damage flips. We did it.
Yes.
He is also a ghost for some reason. It's because of his magical cloak. You can see it. It's an item from the role playing game, and he has limited supplies, so he can eat a scrap or corpse marker at the start of his activation to draw a card. And he also, of course, has Ungentlemanly Affairs. His Fang-Edged Umbrella, which is also a magic item from the role playing game, lets you stat 5. You can have any model within pulse 1 of the target gain Distracted, and the target takes 2, 3, 4. Which is kind of neat because you can give Distracted to your own guys, him included, because he's a model that usually will be within 1 when you're attacking someone within 1. And it's got a bunch of good triggers. His Derringer, sort of similar to, it's exactly the same action as Eva's, just with draw out secrets instead of the coordinated strike. It's just a normal 8-inch 2, 3, 4. He's got Healing Energy, which is super strong, and he's a 6. It's got built-in drop a shadow marker, and you can also give him self-distracted if you get a mask. And he also has one of the best bonus actions, I think, in the game, Dark Bargain. Take a damage, take the interact action. He doesn't have Don't Mind Me, so if he's engaged, he won't be able to do that, but he's a hell of a drug. He's got a lot of stuff, and people, I think, really are hype about this guy. Doug, you like this boyo, yeah? Mr. Ducat?
I think the most pertinent thing, the description that was ever said of this guy was actually you when we were doing our previews, and you were like, this guy's awesome. He reminds me of the D&D character that just decided to grab every single magical item without checking whether or not they were cursed, and now just has a million crazy trinkets, but is cursed literally to the moon. And he's and you're like, that makes him my favorite.
He's got all the things.
Yeah. He's convincing it.
If you see the umbrella, like the model, it's like the umbrella is like a demon hand, which is like the handle, and it's
he doesn't hold the umbrella.
The umbrella holds him.
The umbrella holds him.
Yeah, this model, like the vibes are immaculate on this model. I also happen to think that for 7 soul stones in this economy, that this guy is really good. He has tons of relevant tech. Incorporeal is some of the best tech in the game or defensive tech in the game, because it's not only defensive tech that minimizes damage to 0, it also lets you basically ignore like shitty hazardous and severe terrain problems and move through models and walls. Also, it's one of my favorite abilities in the game. Looted supplies is okay in an Ivan conversation, but like he's just a healer that has really, really relevant abilities, makes relevant shadow markers where you want them to be, and allows you to have Dark Bargain, which is just more AP, which is always good. I think the one thing he doesn't do is he doesn't like kill models all that well, but almost every other metric on this model is amazing in my perspective.
He definitely does not do a lot of damage.
Yeah, but like other than damage,
I mean, his melee attack is min 3 if he wants it to be. Right?
Yeah,
but also Ungentlemanly Affairs and Forever Doomed
are
really nice combo for a gun.
Yeah, it's not bad. It mostly means like a lot of the time you're gonna have at least a plus flip going on or something, which is nice if you're looking for it.
Yeah, which I think it's important because he's also.
I would argue, and like again, I'm not gonna die on this hill, but I'm gonna lightly set up a lawn chair and like open up a cooler of shitty beer. Is like he's probably for me an always higher. Probably. I don't know. Like that's where I
would agree. He's 100%, especially in Ivan 1 and almost certainly in Ivan 2 as well, and auto hire. Like oh my god, this model is so fucking good. The big thing with him is his healing energy has an unbelievable amount of healing throughput because it has the built-in lingering shadows. Like that is so critical because if you're healing, so like let's say you're playing Ivan 1, we'll use that as an example. Somebody dives on Ivan, swings on him a couple of times, and makes him pick up his shadow markers to reduce damage to 0. Now Ivan's sitting out there with like a model engaging him. He has no shadow markers in base contact. He's kind of flapping in the wind. Now with Host Ducat, you can heal Ivan for 1, 2, 3, and then you're also dropping a shadow marker in base contact with him, which he can then remove to reduce damage on another attack to 0. And you just do that twice, and now you've healed him typically like usually between 2 and 4 health, plus you've prevented 2 other attacks. And then also in Ivan, if you're summoning any Umbra models with Ivan 1, especially Brocken Spectres, because they're like really the thing that you're probably going to want to get on the table more than most anything, they're going to be in the mix. Enemies are going to be beating on them to try and bring them down. And now all of a sudden you have a model that can heal them and also drop shadow markers in base contact for them to use the bonus action on their summon upgrade to eat for 2 health.
They just have the bonus action.
Oh, they just have the bonus action. Yeah, I'm thinking of never mind. They just have it. So they can use Reclaim Shadows and just like heal for another flat 2 just because. That the healing energy on this model and the way that it works turns on so much other stuff in the keyword. It's hard to really see until you've put it on the table. His umbrella's like fine. It's a solid attack. But again, we're talking draw out secrets. This model has draw out secrets. He has it on a gun. That gun, because he has Ungentlemanly Affairs, is almost always going to be on a single positive, very often on a double positive, and quite frequently on a triple positive. So like there have been games where same thing, it's a crappy damage track, just like I was talking about with Corvis, except you don't have to be in base contact with your own models. You can just shoot into melee, be on a triple positive flip, and just fish for tomes. Any tomes you want, doesn't matter. And if you happen to get the Black Joker, great. Now it's whatever suit you want it to be. So I've had him drop scheme markers in the middle of melee when there's really nothing my opponent can do about it. This model is fucking awesome.
Yeah, fair enough. Nathan, what do you think? Are you as hype as Doug and Jesse?
Yeah, definitely not higher.
Wow.
I'm
okay, I'm definitely going to put him above Eva, but do you think... I don't think he beats Gibson, do you?
That's tough.
I don't think you'd ever not bring either of them.
Yeah, I think they're like...
Yeah.
If there's a way for you to put them in the same slot, then that's it.
Yeah, they're both just amazing.
If there was my computer would have exploded during.
Well, Jesse, it's what is that, Rule 34 or something? There's always porn of stuff on the internet, so you know.
Look, I would pay good money for a host that Gibson DeWalt.
You said put them inside of one another. Is that not?
I said put them in the same slot.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Brandon and I are losing our grip on reality.
Yeah, the same slot, preferably mine. Anywho,
this is the video where you get demonetized.
Yeah, it'll happen. It probably happened well before this one.
All I'm saying, I don't want to cut Nathan off, but just smash.
Okay, thanks, Brandon.
Oh, and
okay,
Doug, I don't know if you actually realized this or not, but like you guys' whole conversation about the D&D character that picked up all the cursed things, that's literally this guy's lore.
Like, really?
He has so many cursed items.
No, I said that multiple
all
times.
The curses are pushing against each other and kind of negate all of them.
Yeah.
So he literally has like a gazillion cursed items
that
are preventing any of the curses from actually working.
Well, I don't know what preventing.
It's a pseudoscience, gentlemen.
Like
it's a pseudoscience.
There's a hard stop point.
Okay. All right. What do we got next, Brandon?
Nathan, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah.
About
anything else about host Ducat, Nathan?
Yeah. So as I mentioned before, like Forever Doomed and Ungentlemanly Affairs is just really good with a gun because you flip so many cards that like your chances of getting one of the 2 jokers that are now good for you is insanely high.
Yeah.
And then like Ivan 2, he can Dark Bargain a second time. 3 interact actions is always nice. And specifically with like how Mordrake's demise works, because he comes to Ivan, and you can place a shadow marker next to whoever you heal. Mordrake comes back, damages Ivan, then you just go with Ducat, heal Ivan, put a shadow marker next to Mordrake. Then when Mordrake goes, he can Shade Step, and he has a built-in trigger to eat a shadow marker to heal too. So now Mordrake is back to full health. Ivan healed up the damage that you did to him, and it's like your opponent didn't do anything.
Yeah. One very important point with this guy is I actually always just call him Gul Ducat because I'm a kind of a like casual Trekkie, and he makes me think of Deep Space Nine and one of the coolest.
Wow, you're not only a nerd, you're just also an old nerd, Jesse.
Yeah.
This is what you just told the internet without telling them.
Nice.
No.
for one, I really like this guy. I think he's cool. I have two points to say. One, I love that the way that Weird sort of targets keywords and releases models. Like, obviously he's dual keyworded, but like, I don't think that we're in a position where like Alleyway, Echo, and Host Ducat have made Ivan like taken him out of unplayable and put him into playable. But like, certainly they gave him a good power boost. I don't think Ivan was ever completely unplayable. He's a little undertuned maybe, but the fact that they took like a model that just interacts with the keyword and synergizes so well to kind of boost the thing as they release like this cycle of like 1 or 2 models is just really cool. And it just shows that they really have their thumb on the pulse of like how Malifaux is doing. And also I think the other cool thing that I'm really looking forward to is whatever the future release for this like line of things are, because he's an enforcer, so I can only assume that the host Ducatons will be minions. Okay.
Was that the whole bit?
Yeah, Ducat. Yeah, Ducat's is a medieval currency. It's there's a,
that was the whole bit. That was
the next breakdown is Ducaton. It's like silver. There was smaller silver coins, half value.
Can you queue up like a crickets like a?
I have a cricket. I have it in my resources folder. We haven't used it in a long time.
Yeah.
I have it with the duck thing, but now we just say fuck and don't care. So
now we just say the F word and have YouTube.
Yeah, if you look back at some of our old videos, we used to censor it, but now we just don't fucking care. Host fuck it. Let's move on to another Windmill Slam auto include model, Jin Baccara. You may know this model as being the best model that came out of Malifaux Burns. At least for Explorer Society, because they all fucking hire him. 7 cost model, 7 thing. He's got 5s across the board, which isn't great. He has Assassin, so if he kills an enemy model that hasn't activated, he gets fast, which is fine. During deployment, he starts as buried because of undercover. And at the start of his activation, he can pop up and zoot an enemy minion back to their deployment zone, which is hugely impactful. Just like super, super strong. He has Ungentlemanly Affairs, which is great. Skulker, though, is the real kicker. During the start phase, if he's buried or in concealment, then he just gains a pass token. So basically, you can just
so stupid.
You can just skip everything in between the 2 commas, and during this model's start phase, the crew gains a pass token.
Yeah.
Basically. And if you're not, then you should be. But he has Hidden Blade as a melee attack. It's a 1-inch stat 5, which isn't great, but it's a 1/2/4 that ignores armor and has built-in crit strike. So like, it occasionally fucks. Like, especially against like Hoffman, like you can just like randomly do like 4 damage and kill like one of his shitty minions, or 5 damage and kill one of his shitty minions with like pretty minimal resistance. His ink tip dart's pretty good. It's 1/3/5, and you get to drop a shadow marker. And it's only stat 5, but it's a 12-inch gun, which is rad, and he's Ungentlemanly Affairs, so he'll probably get plus flips to that. Enemy intel is another weird one, which he can take while he's buried. So if you haven't popped him up yet, he's just going to enemy intel twice or once, right?
Twice.
Oh, twice. Yeah. Which is so it's just a stat 5 willpower duel. If they fail, the opposing player has to either discard a card, or you can look at the top 3 cards of their fate deck and discard any number of them, placing the rest back on any order. And then when he's up, he has ambush and dispose of evidence, which is just eat a scheme marker, draw a card within 4 inches, which all good. The model, he's not cracked. He's not fucking crazy broken, but the pass tokens might be a little strong, and generically he's just a very, very good toolkit and has the potential to be insanely powerful and fuck over a bunch of schemes. Jin Baccara is wildly good. Doug, what do you think? You like him? You go play him?
Yeah, I'm gonna take him.
How many games have you played in the past year where you played an Explorer Society, where you declared Explorer Society as your faction and didn't hire this model?
Probably under 10%.
Wild.
And that's not just Ivan, right? Like that's every
he's keyworded Ivan. He has a shit ton of synergy with Ivan.
He sure does have that keyword. He sure does cost 8 soul stones most of the time.
And if I don't think either of you are gonna try and argue me out of this, but I'm interested to hear if you are.
Yeah, I mean this guy eats KFC.
I swear to God,
Brandon, this guy eats KFC in a cleanly washed bed without any utensils and just leaves the greasy chicken trappings on the bed and walks away. That's how much of a baller this guy is.
Yeah, man. I swear to God, Nathan, if you say some crazy shit like, he's not good enough, my brain is gonna break.
All right. Which one of you wants to talk about how good this model is first?
Yeah, I mean, Jin, he's great. I mean, he's an auto hire for me. He definitely goes above Eva. He's right. Kind of, he's that like Gibson, Host Ducat, and Jin are probably like the three solid. I'm always taking these models in both versions of Ivan every time. That I will say, I honestly feel like Explorer Society players in general rate this model too highly as an out of keyword hire. I almost never take him outside of DUA and Last Blossom. I just like the pass token's good, but like it's not taking him just for the pass token. I think is a mistake. And the other stuff that he does on his card,
he does like
is
5 other
good.
things that aren't just keyword locked that are also insane.
Right. No, well, yeah. So, I mean, I think that for me, the most powerful things on his card are, in all honesty, Undercover and Ambush. Those are the things that usually win me games. So, like, those are just holistically good in any keyword, but I don't really think that their 8-stone's good. I will say that there's enough synergy between him and the rest of the keyword that he's definitely 100,000% worth 7 points. I just don't feel the same way a lot of other ES players do about him out of keyword. So, there you
go. Nathan, how do you feel about him out of keyword?
I don't think I've ever actually had him out of keyword.
Wild.
Yeah.
How do you feel about him in keyword?
Yeah, definitely auto hire.
Okay, Jesus Christ, you have me worried.
How do you feel about an in keyword? I've also never played him. Nathan, get the fuck off the tier list.
Dude, you know what? I will say,
the tier list, Nathan.
No. I'm sure it would be some big brain I don't understand because Nathan just beats it's just Nathan Linder logic. Like there's Nathan Linder math, and I just don't. I don't know.
You're in a Linder-based world now, my friend.
Yeah, you best start believing in Linder stories
because you're in one.
Yeah. But I will say I've seen great success recently hiring him in a sort of Ryan-led henchman cruise because he is so fucking good. Granted, I do have to cheat.
Yeah, what?
So what?
Hey, Brandon, give us the next model, please.
Sounds great if you could do it.
Yeah,
give us the next model.
He would be so fucking good. All right, let's talk about weirdly. So we've talked only Umbra models so far. Some of them have both keywords, but now we're going to keep in the station order with the last model, which is the only exclusively DUA. We've been talking DUA. This is the only Umbra exclusive enforcer. Every other Umbra enforcer has also been DUA. So this is the Alleyway Echo, the other model that comes in the host Ducat box, which you should be buying if you play Explorers, or at the very least, McCaber or this guy.
I think if you play either of their keywords, you definitely want to pick up that box.
For sure, definitely.
Yeah.
And you might want to pick it up anyway.
Yeah, I have definitely taken host Ducat out of keyword.
He synergizes like hell, but like there's a lot of stuff going on. But so this guy is Alleyway Echo, which is he's 5 move 6, which is really good. Born of Shadow, so the area within 1 of him is concealing, which is just really strong in this keyword. He has combat finesse, so when he's targeted with the melee action, the attacking model's duel can't be cheated. So like you just can't melee attack him without like having a good plan. And then he has Eat Your Fill, so if he kills a model, he heals 2 with a melee. And then Terror of Widdershin's Lane, which is after this model gains a fast condition, it may immediately end that condition to place anywhere within 6 of its current location. Which is like a little haunted, hangy-outy street in Malifaux City. Host Ducat hangs out there. It's like the whole thing. So Lash Out is a 3/3/4, so he's min 3. Stat 6, which is really strong, but he's got the Carver math damage track thing. He has Cruelty, which is the thing we only see in a couple things, which is just flat out take this action again, but only once per turn. He has Dismember, which lets him drop corpses and in base contact with the thing he's attacking, and Reconstitute. He can remove a friendly shadow marker to heal himself for 2. His other attack, Claustrophobia, ignores concealment, 6-inch willpower duel. The target takes 2 damage. If it's in concealing terrain, they'll gain Stagger, and it has On Your Heels, so another place, and Rip and Tear, so he can immediately take a melee action targeting them, which just flat out gets a plus flip. And then his bonus action, Flickering Shadow, is remove a shadow marker, gain fast, which if you'll refer to the Terror of Widdershin's Lane, means remove a shadow marker, gain fast, if you want to keep it cool, but if you want to end it, place within 6. So, fast model, move 6, lots of teleporty stuff. Min 3 beater, has a bunch of good triggers. What's not to love? Doug, how Alleyway do you echo?
I echo moderately. Like I like this model. So I've played this guy a good amount in McCabe actually. And in McCabe you can give him a fucking lightsaber and it's wild.
Bloodmans should not have
lightsabers.
Right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure people made of blood should not be allowed to hold lightsabers.
This is a Bloodmans. You should not know.
So like here's my take on Ivan, right? And I thought about this because I have played this model a lot. But I haven't played it in context of Ivan. Like all cards on the table, I probably have like 4 reps with Ivan 1 and 0 reps with Ivan 2. But I have played against and a bunch of good Ivan players. 2 of them are on the call right now. My take on this model is that it's extremely mobile. And when his stat 6 min 3, which is probably what it's going to resolve as, is a stat 6 3 damage attack, is good. And you can flurry it into things and pick up models, this guy is good. But he can be really fragile for a 9 Soulstone model, and you have to be very careful and mindful with where you yeet him or how you yeet him, and you want to be taking him in matchups where he's not going to run into stuff natively like a ton of armor, for example, because then all of a sudden... spamming out a stat 6, because that's effectively what he's doing. He's spamming out a stat 6 min 3 attack, and in a bunch of different ways, using movement blinks to get around the board, and then going fat with lash out.
Okay, let's not
don't say fat.
Yeah, sorry. Whatever we get into. Whatever.
You just said he needs to be very mindful and very demure.
Also,
and fapping
that
on people
fast.
Really, sorry. It's all right. Sorry, I'll do it a little slower. But basically, my take is you have to be.
He's already blood. There's not much more tissue damage you can do.
Okay, he's like a blinky movement based beater that can spam out min 3 attacks. But you need to make sure that the thing you're spamming the attacks at will die, and you're not going into an excessive amount of like armor or shielded or some other bullshit. Basically, that's my take. And because of that, he's probably a really, really solid sometimes take, I guess, in my mind.
And that was an example of an automatopoeia Malifaux Pa.
What?
Well, you said fap. You were making the wrong noise.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. Sorry. If I would have said that at the time if I hadn't been doing 6 hours of videos already.
I think we're into 7 hours now, actually.
No, we're
approaching.
Yeah, here's the thing. I started working on this at 2 and also did 4 hours of work on this yesterday.
It's like 10:30 at night right now.
Actually, I'm in hour 9, 10, 11.
All right, Jesse, what do you think about this model?
So this one's tough. I would say for me, it's either the very bottom of auto include or the very top of sometimes include. Realistically speaking, I think that the thing that this model does more than anything else is it provides some threat saturation to the Ivan keyword. Because without this model, the only thing in the keyword that's really doing a lot of damage is Ivan. Having Alleyway Echo in the crew as well gives your opponent multiple targets they need to worry about. If you play Ivan without him, if your opponent can just go all in and deal with Ivan, the rest of the crew is going to have a really, really hard time closing out the game. But
yeah, they're fairly pillow-handed at that point.
Exactly. This model is threatening enough that they kind of have to figure out a way to deal with it. It's kind of like a distraction card effects, for the Ivan crew. So the only reason I would say it's not an always higher for me, and I'd put it probably at the top of sometimes, is that it's more that there are some matchups that you just can't play this model into because he has no native defense against shooting. And if your opponent has anything like a sniper, like an Angel Eyes or whatever, that can ignore concealment, they can just pick this thing up off the table.
Yeah. Pretty easily.
In one turn.
Yeah.
Easily. And I've had it happen multiple times because he's a 50 mil base. Yeah, he's only size 2, but it's really hard to get him out of line of sight, especially if your opponent has any ability to move the model that's doing the shooting. And 2 focus shots and he's possibly dead just like that. The other thing I'll say is that combat finesse is a really good defense until it doesn't actually work because your opponent flips high and then this model just gets cronked.
Yeah.
So
It feels like shit to have somebody flip a red Joker into you when you have an Alleyway Echo, and then you're just like, oh god, take like 6? Oh shit, this model's almost dead now.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, other than that, I mean, he's like, you have multiple ways to give him fast between all the shadow markers you're putting out, plus Gibson is typically going to be giving him fast on turn 1. Then Host Ducat's going to be healing him the 2 damage that the burnout did and dropping a shadow marker in base that the Echo can then pick up when it activates to get another place. So it's very, 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 very threatening on turn 1. And if your opponent overextends, you can really punish them for it. But if you play into the wrong crew or you play this model poorly, it can just kind of die.
Or if you overextend with him, you're really going to get punished for it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
What a guy. Nathan, I was inclined to put him at the top of sometimes anyway, perhaps above Rook, but do you disagree with that idea? Do you think Rook's better? Do you like him less or more?
I like Alleyway more than Rook.
I would agree.
Any Alleyway or Echo or Bloodman based thoughts?
No, kind of all got covered. Like, his biggest defense is having the good cards to not be hit, and if you don't, he just kind of gets hit and dies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can,
one thing I'll say... Oh, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah. You can get, like, magical Christmas land scenarios, and this guy can do 16 damage in an activation. But...
Yeah. When he, like, throws out, like, 4 attacks or whatever.
Mm-hmm. You can do, like, Claustrophobia into Lash Out.
Yeah.
And if you do that twice, and then his third attack being Lash Out with Cruelty. So... He can flurry a hell of a lot of attacks in the right scenario. Yeah.
And like I will say that I don't think that it's a big dividing line, but I will say that I think he's maybe a little better in Ivan 2 than he is in Ivan 1. Because he is an Umbra model, so you can use Displacing Shot on him, which is pretty friggin' awesome.
Yeah, like if it's the top of a turn, you have a good hand, and you just like replace some support model with the Alleyway Echo, and just be like, have this.
I have a present for you, and they're like, oh god, I don't want it, and they're like, doesn't matter. Here, have this.
Rad. Yep. I think this guy's rad. I do really like him. I will say Widdershins means counterclockwise.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
The more you know.
He's the terror of counterclockwise lane, and I've always sort of fancied myself as a counterclockwise lane.
Have you?
Yeah, if you could describe me in one word, I think counterclockwise is pretty reasonable. I'm left-handed. I break the norm.
First of all, that's like a conjunction and also a different word. So that's 2 words, one of which is a conjunction.
What's a conjunction?
It's the conjunction junction. What's that function? Picking up the next model that we're supposed to review and putting it on the tier list.
Operative.
Yeah, you know how we said we were probably going to be done by like 10:30 or 11?
Yeah.
Probably more like midnight.
All right, we got 3 minutes. So we got to do the rest of the things.
We're marathoning
Ready?
it for you guys. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
All right, or we talk Operative. Let's talk Operative. It's a 5-stone minion. She's got 5 health. She's got 5s for all of her stats except for size, and she has Infiltrator. So this is a unique one. Enemy models don't treat this model as enemy for their actions, abilities, and triggers. This model may choose to be affected by actions, abilities, and triggers of enemy models that are restricted to friendly models and or models of a specific keyword, which is neat for a bunch of reasons. So enemy only stuff just doesn't work, and then other stuff, is partial. So like aura abilities and stuff, and she can get into some real shit sometimes. Also, she has Price of Progress, which is great for a minion. Although she only has 5 health, so you got to be a little careful with it. Set up for success.
I don't think I've ever used Price of Progress with this model.
I mean,
ever.
Look, dude. Sometimes you just gotta cut your losses. I don't know what to tell you.
Boy. Anyway,
that's a trigger on her arson ability. So after she resolves an attack action targeting an enemy model within 2 inches of a ski marker, she gets to draw a card, and then she has Ungentlemanly Affairs. So one of the reasons you might want to do it is her Hidden Blade has Draw Out Secrets. So a 1/2/4 that ignores armor, just like Jin Baccara. Draw Out Secrets for a tome. Derringer is 2/3/4 8-inch shot. She has Arson, which is a Shockwave, but instead of dropping a Shockwave, she can center it on a ski marker within range, and it's a Shockwave 2, move 12 for 2 damage and burning. And then you kill the target. So if you send it on a shot on an enemy scheme marker, it'll blow that up as well, which is pretty good. And then it can drop a shadow marker or allow you to ignore friendly models in the shockwave. She also has ambush. You know, look at this lady. What do we think? How many of the 2 operatives are we hiring, Doug?
So I want to take this moment to talk a little bit about the interaction that operatives have with the new Asami, specifically A Mother's Love. Yep. So if you hire 2 operatives, Sam Barrows literally sent me this whole thing and was like, yo, dude, check this out. And I laughed heartily. So I'm now going to recount that story to you, fine folks. I think the guys behind me know what I'm about to say, but basically Asami Tanaka has an ability called A Mother's Love, which says when another friendly Oni model within 8 inches, 8 aura, suffers damage from an enemy action, it may reduce the damage by up to 2 to a minimum of 0. If it does, this model, being Asami, suffers damage equal to the amount reduced. So you can hire 2 operatives, hang them out just on the edge of Asami, have them shoot each other twice, and reduce to 0 both times, and then Asami auto takes 8 damage.
I hate to say it, but that doesn't work.
Oh, is it not the operatives?
Because it specifies Oni, and operatives don't have the Oni keyword, and Infiltrator doesn't give them the Oni keyword.
Sam was saying this was the tech.
No, it does. Operative specifies that it can be when you're doing it. Enemy models that are restricted to friendly models.
Oh, it does work.
Models.
Yeah, it does work. How dare you take my meme away from me?
They just can't shoot each other because they never are considered enemy to Asami. So someone else has to be there.
Sure, someone else can shoot them though, and and basically put a bunch of min 2s into them, and then Asami just goes ow, 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 and then dies, and it's so funny.
Yeah, you can have Ivan 1 just drop shockwaves in between both of them. They choose to fail, pass off 2 damage each. Take the swift action, do it again.
It's great.
Do it, swift action, do it again.
So where I'm going to rank them by meme ability into specifically Asami, in that specific category, triple S tier. In all other categories, really squishy models with some cool inside tech lanes, but oh boy, do these things die to a stiff breeze, and you have to be real careful with them. And it's I don't know, man. It's 5 soulstones, and Ungentlemanly Affairs is good, and they have a lot of good tech on them and stuff, but it's so easy for an opponent to pick this model off the board. I'm trying to think of different attacks that I'm trying to think of a model that doesn't just 2-shot this, that is a reasonable 5-stone or higher model, and almost everything I can think of could just 2-shot this model in a single activation.
You
it's
just have to
really
give them
squishy.
Other threats to deal with.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that this guy, an operative or 2 can be spicy includes. So in my mind, they're right in the middle of the road of sometimes higher tech with a massive warning sign above them that says will die to stiff breeze.
Yeah.
Basically.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say I'd also put him in sometimes higher. So before Jin Baccara and Host Ducat and Alleyway Echo existed, I used to take operatives very, very, very routinely. It is a lot more difficult to find the points for them now, even at only 5, just because you can kind of see how this tier list is coming together. There's a lot of auto includes in this crew. There's not usually a lot of points to flex around, so operatives are a little trickier to use. I would say that the 2 reasons that I bring them are if I think Arson is going to be good at denying points, which in GG4 is a lot of the time, and set up for success is it's some of the most reliable card draw in the game. So if you take an attack on a model, an enemy model that's within 2 inches of a ski marker, you just draw a card. It doesn't matter if you succeed or fail. It doesn't matter what triggers you get. And granted, her gun only does 2, 3, 4 with no triggers, but again, it's a projectile action that's typically going to be on double or even triple positive flips, and you just get to innately draw some cards, which is pretty great because this crew certainly likes to hit TNs. It's very important for them. I will say that the stat 4 on their Hidden Blade is dog shit, and it pisses me off every time I have to use that attack. But yeah, I'm going to put him solidly sometimes higher and probably towards the bottom of it, just because of the way that the math with hiring works out.
Yeah. Nathan, what do you think? Similar premise?
I always like hiring one, sometimes two, but I just really like setup for success, and I find that I can usually get other things for my opponent to deal with, or like with Ivan 2, where you just pull a model back, you can be a little bit further back with the operatives to still get use out of setup for success.
Yeah, and you're going to have a lot more scheme markers out with Ivan 2 than you will with Ivan 1.
Yep.
And since I tend to play more Ivan 1, I find that they're a little less effective. But to Nathan's point, especially with Ivan 2, reliably having scheme markers out and just being able to draw 4 cards a turn because you took 10 points worth of minions that can also just arson and do other cool stuff is definitely worth it.
Plus, you can blink them around. A lot of this also comes back to the mobility that Ivan 2 can afford fairly easily to the rest of his crew.
Mm-hmm.
These are models you don't really want to be around shit or in shit's way.
Yep.
And Ivan 2 makes it easier to move them around.
Yeah.
To places where they might not be in conflict as much,
Yeah. And there's some funny matchups where there's more memes than just the Asami thing. If you play against Pandora, she can't hurt these. She literally has no way to deal damage to these models. None of her effects work. None of her damaging attacks work. So it's pretty funny when you run into weird sideways sort of situations like that. I will say that I've kind of laid this out in the past. If anybody ever goes to any of my events, Captain Con or wherever else, and plays an operative, even for a single game, and never misses a single time that Infiltrator is going to impact the game in any way, I will buy them dinner that night.
That's impossible.
It's impossible.
It's crazy.
Fucking impossible.
I think I'm probably one of the only people that can do that, just because I put so much time into figuring out where Infiltrator can be good. Because I love the just random stuff that can happen. One of my favorite things with Infiltrator is against Marcus 2. If you were to obey an enemy beast who has an upgrade, make them ditch it, the operative can pick it up.
That's funny. That's really funny.
So you give you the operative actual camo or the armored plates or something, and it's just hey, this thing is now harder for you to deal with.
So there it is. So if Nate comes to Captain Con and gets through a game and scouts on or tells me that he didn't miss a single Infiltrator, I'm buying him dinner.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Also, in with the damage in Ungentlemanly Affairs, you just take shots with these guys. You don't care what happens, and sometimes you just
you get really lucky.
I just did 9 health to a Teddy for no reason other than I just took 2 shots at it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think that all of the Manos models are worded. After this model is killed, a friendly model within 8 may attach the reliquary upgrade.
Yep.
You mean Yan Lo?
All right, what did I say?
Manos.
You said Manos.
Okay, shut up. Whatever. Fucking Yan Lo is not the master of that keyword. I'm sorry.
It's Manos because you love him so much.
No, because he's way better. So all of the Yan Lo models, I think you can just take their reliquaries.
Yeah, if there's no other friendly models around, you can just get a free reliquary.
It's a great rule.
Yeah, but why
for that rule?
Why do they get to choose?
Because it's the friendly models effects.
Sure, but it's not like they're both resolving the effect. The model that's dying is resolving the effect. I don't know. Weird fucking corner case nonsense is my point.
Also,
you can also steal
if anybody calls me over to a table to make a ruling on the way Infiltrator works, fucking good luck, guys. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah, dude. You're not wrong. So, are we ready to move on to the Nocturnes, the first of the summonable models? Yep. So, we got three minions left in the keyword. They're the summonable boyos. And the first one up is the Nocturne. This boyo is a 5-cost minion. So if you're summoning him, it's willpower 3 or higher, a 5/1, and he's got 5 health. Born of the Shadow, so the area within one of him is concealing because he's got unimpeded, which means he is unaffected by severe terrain, and Dusk Hunter. When targeting a model within 2 inches of a friendly shadow marker, He gets a plus flip to their duels and damage flips. He has a ranged attack that ignores concealment, so he doesn't need that. But because it's not great that there's a bunch of concealment in his ranged attacks, but he ignores it. But he does not have DUA and none of Ungentlemanly Affairs rather, and none of these boyos are going to because they're like weird ghosty boys, not part of the DUA. But he's got a 1/3/4 0-inch stat 5 melee with Rake the Eyes. His move duel is Displace, so move the target up to 3 inches if it's in concealing terrain. This model can have a gain Distracted 1 with drop a marker or reposition. And then his bonus action is Reclaim Shadow. Remove target friendly shadow marker. This model heals 2. I'm going to put this in never hire because you're summoning these, you're not hiring. But Doug, am I wrong?
I've seen people hire 1 or 2 of these guys. I don't think you ever really want to hire 2 of these. But I've definitely seen people hire 1 of them sometimes.
In the before times when we didn't have Host Ducat and Alleyway Echo?
In the before 4, yeah, for sure. I don't really, honestly, I'm kind of interested to hear what Jesse and Nathan think of this guy now. Because I don't... Probably still hire 1, right? I don't know. Maybe? You probably don't? I have no... I'm scared and confused and have no opinion.
Yeah, Jesse, what do you think? I don't...
Pass token, go to Jesse.
I wouldn't hire this model, but
I have no idea.
Their defense 6, which is nice. Willpower 3, though. Move 6.
Yeah, I mean, spoilers for me. I never hire any of the summons except for the Nocturne occasionally. So I'd put him at kind of the bottom of sometimes higher.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, sometimes you do just need significant models that can interact with the strat, right? But
right. I mean, he's a move 6 model that costs 5 points. And
defense 6, if in most cases he's not going to get
all the Umbra models are defense 6 except for Alleyway Echo. That's one of the only defenses they have. Yeah. So he's a defense 6, move 6, significant model, which is a thing. It's good. The reason I think that there's better ways to interact on turn 1, if you have to, drop a scheme marker in your deployment zone for something. You have Dark Bargain with Host Ducat now, so most of the reasons that you would take this guy previously, you don't really have a reason to do anymore, and the points are really tight, so it's tough to justify. I will say that Displace is the only reason that I ever hire this model now, and it's mostly because it gives you a way to move Ivan 1 or 2 6 inches up the board on turn 1 before they activate and give them 2 more distracted. That's pretty much it.
So you feel
if it's standard deployment and I really want to try and get them into a more threatening position because there's not a ton of ways to move them before they activate, the Nocturne has a little more value, but it's not... They're kind of corner case scenarios when I'm going to take it or have the points to afford it. So I would put them in sometimes, but they're probably at the bottom of sometimes for me.
Can't you do the nonsense trick with them and Gibson that people love?
I mean, you can, but I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good.
In Ivan, you don't really need it because you have plenty of models anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And it was never really that good to begin with.
No, not really.
Okay, Nathan, what do you think? This is kind of mids?
Yeah, sometimes I and for basically all the reasons Jess mentioned, and one more, it is size 1, so it is very easy to hide this thing.
That's true.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are tiny boys. That's a good point.
Move 6, size 1, unimpeded, significant. That's a really good schema. And then the melee attack, without a shadow marker, isn't great, but with a shadow marker around is amazing. Yeah. Because 1, 3, 4 with positives.
Yeah, and displacing shot again because they're an Umbra model, so being able to displace one of these guys into across the board and then still have 2 AP to move 6 interact. It's pretty legit. In Ivan 1, I think that there's less use for them unless, like you said, you're just trying to eke out a little bit more movement and a little more distracted. But I can see more play with them with Ivan too.
Yeah, because you can blink them somewhere and then be move, and then next turn they're 25 inches away from somewhere doing some shit as a significant model.
Yeah. I would say that the word Nocturne specifically means a musical composition that is of a romantic or dreamy character suggestive of night and typically for piano, which makes a lot of sense because I also think Ivan has keys.
That's definitely a pity laugh.
Yeah. It's like the saddest laugh of all time.
You really. Oh,
He's losing his mind. He's literally coming unraveled here on the internet in front of all of you.
He's too busy having like some sort of.
He exists in his own world, you know.
Like he's no longer in control of his body.
Yeah, he exists in his own world, and everything is like it's like when the Joker finally goes crazy. This is the moment.
I think his mic cut out, and we're just not gonna hear from him.
I slashed it out because I was full on almost death laughing this whole time.
It's like when the Joker. Gosh. It's when the Joker finally like his mind breaks and he just becomes the true supervillain. This is the moment that Brandon.
No, I literally did. I was full hard laughing, like almost passed out. Like I was definitely like I couldn't move my limbs at one point because I didn't have enough oxygen because I was laughing so hard.
Wild.
Oh my god,
sir!
Oh, that's it,
sir.
Done.
If you could please flip the slide deck, sir.
Nope, I won't ever, and you can't make me.
Okay. Well.
So Daevas are these guys. They have stuff. They're stat 7, defense 6. You know, like you do. Willpower 4, move 4, which is kind of shit. Size 2, but they're people. You know, they have 7 health. They're born of shadow, so they have that projection or of concealing terrain. They're clingy, so after an enemy model that's in base contact moves, it takes a TN12 move door. This model gets to place in base contact with it. And they have latch on, which means things in base contact are at -1 defense, and they're made to kill. So if they're placed by any effect during the activation phase, specifically during once per activation, not by the upgrades, which is dumb, then they get a free melee attack. Their melee attack is a 0-inch stat 5. That's 2, 3, 4 damage, and it has bowled over, which is push 4 away and then push this model 4 forward. So it's kind of like shove aside, but a little bit less good. And it has a trigger for dropping a shadow marker and the shadow pin trigger we've seen a couple times, which is +1 damage and the target gains staggered. He also has Reclaim Shadow as a bonus action, so eat a shadow marker, heal 2 within 3 inches, and then Mimic, which we've seen on a bunch of Neverborn models and the Lucius stuff, where he gets to copy until the end phase, treat the selected action as though it were printed on this card, but the stat is 5 with a on your heals trigger for if you targeted an enemy to place them in base contact with the token. Yeah, these guys, I mean, getting 2 free with Ivan 2 seems real good, but what are you doing with this guy, Jesse? You like the Daeva?
Well, let's see what Doug says first. And
the Daeva? Oh, sorry, I meant Doug. Doug, Jesse, you're kind of the same person.
It's so not the same person.
Yeah, if you spell it slightly differently, it's almost
Daevas are awesome, but you know, they're just like these are the guys that you're gonna probably be summoning most of the time with Ivan, most of the time, and or like we said at the beginning of the video, these are the guys, if you're taking Ivan 2, that you're kind of just getting 2 of for free, and they're really good. So like you should be hyped about that. Brockens are the 1 tier up, so we'll talk about them after. But I actually just really like these guys as their kit. I think they're really fucking annoying to deal with, having had to play against them a bunch, especially back in the day when Ivan 1, like pre-nerf Ivan 1 was really popular. These guys were literally everywhere, and they just got shot onto you, and it was like fucking annoying. So yeah, they're great. I don't think you hire them. I think you summon them, though. So.
Yeah, they're pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're for sure never hires for me.
Yeah.
I mean, they're cost 7 and move 4.
They're a great summon. So, they're a fucking terrible hire, but a great summon.
Phenomenal summon, terrible hire.
Yeah.
I will say that, especially in Ivan 2, the fact that like the way that Ivan 1's summon works is the upgrade that they get gives them stunned instead of giving them like slow or some other stuff.
Yeah.
And these guys, when they're stunned, don't really do a whole lot. So usually what happens is your opponent has to kill them before they get to another turn, and they don't have stunned, because then they can really be a fucking menace, like a menace. Ivan 2 doesn't have that problem. They do come in slow, but they don't have stun, so they can use Mimic right off the bat. They can use their triggers right off the bat, which is pretty legit. These models are awesome. Also, I can't not call them Skinny Dave because of the Malifaux guys. Yeah. That is like a brain worm, and it's in my head forever. I know they love tier lists, so I'm sure they'll see this episode. Shout out to Harlefo.
I mean, they definitely will. That's
definitely
sure.
will. So, yeah, these guys are great. Skinny Dave's amazing, but I would never hire him.
Yeah. Nathan, what do you think? Similar premise?
Yeah, I don't know that I would ever hire one in Ivan. They are just too slow, and they're 7 stones. Like, you can get around their slowness in a few decent ways, but it's just like the opportunity cost of hiring them versus something else.
Yeah. Yep, fair enough.
I've seen some funny situations when I've actually considered hiring them out of keyword just for mimic.
Yep.
Which that's a narrow use case, but you can do some kind of funny stuff. Anyway.
One of the best actions for them to mimic is trampling hooves. Because
that's funny.
You give him injured, and then you place in base contact with him, so you attack him again. You give him injured again.
Yeah,
and then you can just go with your normal attack now, or keep doing the trampling hooves if they have good triggers on it. But one action being funneling into 2 injured on top of latch on, so much value off of that.
Yeah. And if you get your opponent in a situation where you can reliably start hitting with their maul and hitting the shadow pin trigger, the math completely changes with these guys, because all of a sudden they're 3, 4, 5 and giving staggered and have clingy. So with staggered, their move 4 isn't as much of an impediment. Yeah. It can get really, really, really nasty.
Yeah, I've had one of these guys. Oh yeah, this was a game against you when I had a Daeva just come play with Sun Wukong.
Yeah.
You just never got away.
Yeah,
Yep.
I will say, depending on I'm kind of down on their stats, but I guess for Mimic, if it's a melee action and you're a base contact, and for their Maul, they're really stat 6 because of the latch on. So
yeah, they're stat 6.
Even stat 7 if they're a 2 Daeva.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because latch on for some reason isn't an aura ability. It's just a base contact. It should be aura 0. I don't know why. It's not. What a time. Well, that brings us to the last keyword model in the crew, the Brocken Spectre. Now, I know what you're going to say, Brandon. Surely it's broken. It's not. Brocken is a mountain in Germany, and the term Brocken Spectre comes from a specific natural phenomenon that happens there, where people's shadow projects onto clouds because it's very misty, and then it looks like there's a crazy ghost monster coming to eat you, and that's where it comes from. So it's Brocken. They're from the Brocken area, Brocken Mountain. That's what it's called. So, they are born a shadow. They have Withering Away, so enemy models within 3 can't heal. And they have a defense and willpower duel that's not built in on either for masks. Resistance trigger that's not built in on either on a mask. After resolving, the attacking model gains Distracted. So cheating on a mask, you go and Distracted is pretty good. For 8 stones theoretically, but you're never gonna buy these guys. You summon them. They have 8 health, and they have a 1-inch stat 6 melee called Death Touch, which is 2, 3, 4. And if the target is killed by this action, this heals 3. Heals 2, sorry. I just misread. And they have a trigger to place the target anywhere within 4 inches of its current position, as long as it's in concealing terrain, which should be no problem in Ivan. They also have a bonus action attack called Envelop in Shadow, which is a stat 5 duel against move that ignores concealment. The target suffers 1 damage for every friendly shadow marker or friendly Umbra model within 2 inches of it, to a maximum of 3. That also has the Fall into Darkness trigger, and it has On Your Heels. So, you can do that. It's pretty good. Let's them get in. They have Hallowed Glory as a tactical action, which is enemy models within range have to pass a TN12 move duel or push 3 inches towards this model. Enemy models that moved into base contact with this model this way suffer 2 damage, and it has a mask to stagger models damaged by it. So if they fail the duel and push in, and then it can reclaim Shadow for 3 inches, eat a Shadow marker, heal 2. I think we're in a very similar position. These are extremely powerful summons, but for 8 stones, I don't think you're ever going to hire them, but maybe I'm wrong, Doug.
So there's some very specific spot cases where you bring a Brocken and you just sorry, old man Levy, not today. Or I don't know, probably not Max, because Max 2 is a lot harder to track down, but to receive a Levy and then have a way to casually schminagle him back to, not the other side of the board and be regened. Really strong. But yeah, I think you're right. Mostly for me, I'm not spending 8 soul stones to hire this model. But like sometimes when its anti-heal tech is relevant, it might be worth it. And that's like the only time I would see myself hiring this model.
I feel like surely though that's going to be a levy. That's going to be an Ivan 2 thing, because in Ivan 1, presumably you'll just summon one off levy.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I
you
guess
have
he's
to
willpower 7, so
yeah, he can. You have to like win the duel, whereas like you can just like be like, I have a Brocken standing here. If you charge me, I'm gonna just kill you, and you're gonna die.
But when you just charge the Brocken and kill that.
Yeah, but you hold it back and then you wait till he activates. And
Oh
then
yeah,
you...
I mean they're pretty fast. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
But like again, that's not an amazing slam dunk use case, and this is a very tenuous hill that I'm like teetering on. Like he's a really very sometimes higher in my mind.
They're definitely not fast. They're move 4.
Oh,
and they do
sorry.
have it on your heels.
Yeah,
but it's on a stat 5.
You have to keep them slightly behind.
You have to get the suit for.
Yeah,
so
you have to keep them.
I just thought I looked quick at the card and thought it was 6, but no, it's move 4. That's completely unbattled.
Yeah, they're not that fast.
Yeah. So for me, when Ivan 2 first came out, and there was nothing else to take with him because we didn't have all these other new models that are fucking awesome. And before these guys got adjusted, so they still had Terrifying.
Yeah.
Spoilers. I think they should still have Terrifying.
Yeah.
It's a real fucking problem. But at any rate, there was a universe when I hired 1 or even 2 of them with Ivan 2. I don't think it was that good, but like you could do some kind of cheeky stuff with the Antiluminal Bridge and get these guys to the midline like before they activated on turn 1. That said, the damage is irreducible, but it's still only 2, 3, 4, so it's not like they're hitting like for like a ton of bricks. One kind of cute thing with these guys that's worth mentioning, and I didn't realize until like probably a month ago, is that their bonus action Envelop and Shadow, the one that it says target suffers 1 damage for each friendly Shadow marker or friendly Umbra model within 2 inches to a maximum of 3. That in some situations is way better than I thought it was, because it's not the model takes 3 damage, it's the model takes 1 damage 3 times.
Yeah, which is a lot better.
Against things like armor and whatnot, it's like way better.
Yeah.
But against stuff that has like shielded or incorporeal, it's way worse. So 6 of one, half a dozen or the other. Now these days with the new models, I don't think I would ever hire these, but I will summon one every single chance that I can, because they get in your opponent's face and they present a huge problem that if your opponent doesn't deal with, suddenly they have 2 Brocken in their face because you summon one the next turn, and things completely spiral out of control for them.
So, what do you think? Sometimes higher?
Never.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's totally fair.
Never higher.
Nathan, how are you feeling? What do you think about these boyos?
I would say very low, sometimes higher in Ivan 2. Like Ivan 1, you just summon them if you need them. But like Death Touch and Withering Away are things that are useful. They have like specific situations where they can be useful, and you just hire at that specific situation only.
Yeah, I think ultimately like 6 willpower is not that common, right? Like there's definitely models, but if you're going up against Ivan, you're going up against Ivan, and if you have the opportunity to just not hire any 6 willpower models, you can just guarantee that these will never be summonable.
Yeah, it's usually just the master. Like, there are plenty of willpower 5 masters. So if you happen to be playing a willpower 5 and you go out of your way not to hire any willpower 6, then like, okay, sure, that's fine. I can't hire Brocken, but now Ivan is going to be stat plus on all of the models in your crew. Yeah. So I'm okay with that too.
And also, like, I'm not even sure they're as terrifying as they were pre-adjustment. Like,
well, they're not
before they got nerf bombed.
They're literally not terrifying.
They're not
anymore,
terrifying.
So you're right.
Both literally and figuratively. Both literally and figuratively, they are less terrifying. Because, like, I remember, like, when I first started playing competitive, that was right when Ivan was the boogeyman. Like, it was Ivan, and then you hire Bebe and Calypso. Oh, okay. And I remember going to Captain Con that year, and like there was 10 ES players, and they were like all on like some version of combination of that, right? But like Brockens are not that scary anymore, and now we're talking about them as niche tech that, while really powerful, both of those effects are really powerful, they've kind of, in my mind, become relegated to niche tech, right? In some cases, I would straight up almost rather just have a Daeva than a Brocken.
Yep.
If they're like, you can have this model or this model, I'd be like, probably. And again, I'm not saying all cases, but a Brocken is straight up more expensive than the Daeva, and there are a bunch of times where I'm saying, give me the Daeva.
Shadow rules imply that the speed of the model is directly correlated to the number of legs it has.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say I would be in a situation where I'm summoning something with Ivan and I'm shooting a stat 6 willpower. There's very niche cases that I might take a Daeva instead, but like Brocken are, even after them being nerfed, like they are really, really, really good models.
Sure, and they're powerful abilities. Like, they have powerful abilities.
If they're so good, Jesse, why won't you hire them?
Because they are move 4. We've already addressed
cost
this.
8 mines also.
And they cost 8. And if I hire one of them, it means I can't
they're
hire
one less
If
point.
the model's really, really good, I feel like I hire them.
They're literally one less point than Alleyway Echo.
Yeah,
Well,
I know. I'm not going to
the-
hire them. I know.
Yeah, that's the whole trick with the whole Ivan summon thing, is that he's summoning them into base-to-base contact with an enemy model, so their move is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't agree they're great summons. I don't think, I mean, they're good. It's hard to tell, you know?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let's talk about
let's talk about out of
some
keywords.
keys.
So we got a couple out of keyword hires to talk about, some general versatile models. We'll start with Anya Lycarayen. She is a master. She leads the syndicate keyword. She has a bunch of stuff. She's one of the outcast masters I think you probably see more frequently in double masters, because she costs 13 instead of 15. 14 instead of 16, I should say, or 17 if you're fucking trying to add a keyword hires a rider or some shit. But like, yeah, she's got good stats. She's got a bunch of good abilities. She's hard to kill. She's not super health wise and not super defensive, but she has Price of Progress. She's hard to kill. She has Hostile Work Environment, which is a hell of a fucking aura. So enemy models with an aura 6 cannot be targeted by actions of other enemy models. And then she's got like a bunch of good. She's got like a decent damaging attack. It's a 2/3/4, but she has Siphon Life, which she can just build in with her Price of Progress, which heals her back for the Price of Progress. So it's effectively a min 3. It can stun people, draw cards. Hostile Takeover, also pretty crazy. There's all kinds of stuff, but is there any particular reason outside of just like good versatility that you want? I think it was Jesse who wanted her on the list. But I mean, Doug, do you find yourself hiring her? I mean, however you want to do it.
So I will preface this by saying I would probably not hire her. I don't really play double masters. Like most of the time when I play double masters, it's because I'm going to an event that has bans, and then I try to keep up to date with what I need to ban. I myself don't really play it as much, but if I was going to hire another master, I do like Anya a lot as a like cheap beater. I really like her ability to like do the jump blink thing, and she's got a really good stat 7 attack that can do min 3, and she has a leap. So she's like, the way I see her is kind of like a poor man's Lady Justice, which out of ES as a slightly cheaper master is not necessarily a bad second master hire, especially in a world where ES doesn't always have access to a lot of aggression or tools to put out damage, like Jesse said before with Alleyway. And Anya is a fairly independent model that can go out, do a bunch of stat 7 min 3s via her Tomahawk attack and getting +1 for the ram, I think it is on it. And like just kind of be a model that force projects damage while Ivan does his other shit. So like because of that, I guess I can see it. I myself would probably lean towards not hiring her, but it's more a coloration on like me not really playing double masters most of the time.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Jesse, what's Anya's deal?
I mean, so pretty much what Doug said.
Yeah.
You know, I don't take second masters very often. Usually when I do, it's like a meme. Like I'm taking like Zip 1 and Ma 1 just so I can pile drive people into pit traps for fun and profit. I will say that I have taken Anya 1. I haven't really taken her as much lately. I did a lot when Explorers first came out because Explorers have never really had good like flanking like beater schemer type models. Like the Damned was kind of it in the faction. And her cost is high, but it's not like ridiculously high. She is terrifyingly fast and is a phenomenal beater. Like, there's not many other models that you're going to put off on a flank, even a lot of masters, that she's not going to be able to kill. She does a horrific amount of damage. Nowadays, I would hire her less than I have in the past, but I will say that she loses kind of the interplay with scheme markers that she has when you're using her as a master, because the thing that makes scheme markers hazardous is a leader only. But even without that, she does a job that I feel like sometimes Explorers kind of struggles to do. I would put her in like solidly in some matchups, probably on the low end of some matchups, but like above the Brocken and the Nocturne. How did the Brocken end up in some matchups? I think it was supposed to be in none. Anyway, I'd put it like above the Nocturne, but below the Operative.
Yeah. Nathan and Doug were like bottom of some matchups. So
Like, and
averaged out.
Just to call it out, because I guess we both just implied this, but the thing that Jesse and I are talking about for her like ability to just on demand deal damage is when you go with her, because she has Price of Progress. Most of the time, you take a damage, build in a ram, which will then make your attack into a min-3. And because you're a stat 7, you're very regularly hitting your target, which will then heal you the 1 that you used for the Price of Progress, but also make your attack a 3-4-5. And then you just keep punching them and keep doing it. So you're like, price for the ram, hit you. Price for the ram, hit you. Price for the ram, hit you. Wibbity wobbity woobity. And that's the whole thing.
Yeah. And like on top of that, she also has Blade Rush, so she can just like get freezies extra damage.
Yeah.
And the other really important thing with her attack that makes it like incredibly high value is, yes, it's stat 7, yes, it's 2-3-4, goes to 3-4-5 with Siphon, but after you do the damage flip, you get to look at the top 2 cards of your deck and then get rid of them or put them back.
Top one.
Top one, sorry. You get to look at the top 1 and then decide if you're going to keep it or not. So you kind of always know what's going to happen with your follow-up attack.
Yeah.
Usually if you hit with one attack with her, you're probably going to hit with all of the attacks.
Yeah, or stand a good chance.
I mean,
and also it's a stat 7.
Certainly skews better, right?
Yeah, it skews a lot better.
And it's also a stat 7, which is like really good.
Yeah.
And it makes terrifying a lot less of an issue for her at Willpower 5 than other Willpower 5 models.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Got anything spicy on Anya here, Mr. Nathan?
The other like really big thing is Stunning Strike on stat 7.
Yeah, that's true.
It's huge.
Like, Explorers has some ways to get outstunned. Only
That's
like
one of them.
one could be as good as the Ancestral Tomahawk, and that would be Maxine. It was 2 points more.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And you pay 15 points net to get her because you pay 14 points net to get it, right? Because you're paying 13 plus 1. So
Yeah. And the other cool thing too is like if you do happen to hit the surge trigger for whatever reason, you get to look at the card you're going to draw and decide if you're going to discard it before you draw, because it happens before you resolve the triggers. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, we all kind of agree this is like definitely a sometimes higher, right? Because it's a straight on second master.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So like mid to back of sometimes higher, probably.
Yeah.
For me, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Let's talk Mr. Ngaatoro. He is a guy. He is 9-cost versatile henchman. He has 10 health. He has bully, so when he hits lower models, he can add a suit of choice for free. With any action. Intimidating authority is kind of like the starter box thing. So if he's targeted with an action,
he got a rewrite.
Yeah, he can discard a card to have the attacking model get a neg flip. So it's like it reverse flexible morality. Neurotoxins is an aura that if an enemy model has poison, they can't use soulstones or declare triggers within or 3 of them. Voice of the Society is friendly models get +1 to their duels when targeting other friendly models within aura 6, which is neat. And then lastly, before performing a duel, he can discard a card to get a plus flip. So lots of discards. He's got a 2/3/5 that gives poisoned 1 to injured models, a crow trigger for an extra injured and poison, and sweeping strike for blast, which is really good. He's got an obey with a tome for the target gains injured and focused, and crow for the target suffers 1 damage and gains 1 poison, so kind of like 2 damage. And then his bonus action backroom dealings is reveal the target's control hand, and he can either mask trigger to push 4 inches towards it or surge to draw a card. So he, generally speaking, versatile. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I don't know if any of his stuff is particularly aggressively synergistic, but I think he got a bit of a glow up with the errata.
Society honors, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he basically got society honors. I think
that is it.
Yeah, that's it.
For free, right? Like they literally just put society honors on the card. He basically just got a strict
That's
upgrade.
the new starter box.
Yeah. And, well, he also got
shared
the
ability,
society
so.
keyword, which he did not have before.
He did. You're right. He got
Thank
the
you very
society
much.
keyword.
He also didn't used to be living because
he lives in a
of
society.
a horrible freak accident. That's
is
not true.
but
He-
funny.
you
It's
know,
not true at all.
But it is funny. And sometimes that's all that matters.
All right.
Knowing is half the battle. G.I. Doug.
I think he's cool. Like, I like this guy. I like his kit. I very rarely have 9 soul stones to just slot him into my lists, especially after I'm trying to consider like scheming and like, especially in like a crew like Ivan where there's a lot of models that are already pretty expensive. And that might just me be like, I don't know what he's supposed to do in Ivan, so I'm not sure that I would bring him all that often. But I also, this is kind of my lack of Ivan experience showing where like, I don't really get it. Probably sometimes take, maybe. It's my take, I guess.
Jesse, what do you think?
So I think that the only reason you ever consider taking this guy is if you need neurotoxins. Because like there's some situations when that's crippling. Granted,
Oh,
he's
I
the
see.
only model that you take that can give out poison, probably. So like you're kind of relying on, like if somebody dives in with something like a Nekoma or like a Tony Ironsides, you can just like run in, tap them once to give them poison, and then they just can't declare triggers or use soul stones anymore, which is like a death sentence essentially.
Yeah, so
I
you're taking him
think-
to enable neurotoxins when neurotoxins is the spicy tech play.
Yeah, like I think that's probably the only reason you take it.
Okay.
The problem with him in this crew is that that's literally basically the only thing that he does, because it is extremely difficult to use obey and backroom dealings because they're both attack actions and he doesn't ignor concealment.
Yeah.
So
it's
you're
pretty
going to be
hard
on negatives
combo.
on those like all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think I would ever. He would. I mean,
To be
I
fair,
don't
if it's
even
an
think I would
important obey, you could get it off by with using society honors, but then you're
Yeah.
going negative value.
yeah. I mean,
Well, you do
for
get the- you
me,
do get the
I
super
don't
free, so-
think this guy brings enough value to the table for me to even put him in sometimes. I would probably put him in never higher, but I'd be interested to hear what Nathan says.
Yeah, what do you got, Mr. Nathan?
Yeah, so I basically what you said, no toxins is incredibly strong when it's good. One important thing for like the undersea toxins trigger on his melee attack is that it's not the target doesn't have to suffer damage for it.
No, it says
Yeah.
models damaged by this action.
This model's damaged by.
Undersea
No,
toxins.
not undersea toxins. The trigger is the target just gains injured and poison.
Yeah.
So if they take no damage from horror,
Oh. So if you hit the
Oh,
trigger,
yeah,
right,
sure.
you
You're
can
saying
take
if you hit the
none.
trigger,
Yeah.
they'll get poisoned no matter what. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
injured.
Yeah, and you can stone for that. If it's a lower cost model, you can bully for it. Big, strong. You can bully pretty much every model of the keyword except for Rook and the Echo.
And I
So like you can always have the suit you need for obey, and obey is just like a good thing against opponents a lot of the time.
Yeah.
There's like specific niche stuff like with the operatives where, oh hey, you're playing against a Marcus, it's probably gonna be Marcus too. Let's steal some upgrades.
I mean, I think it sounds like he's just aggressive. Like there are matchups where he's is super good. Like
Yeah.
against McMorning, you just get fucked. Like I
Yeah.
just know.
And he can
But
combo well with the Lamplighter, which we'll get to that later, but like
Mhm.
lamps are good, you just give him positive flips.
Yeah.
Then he doesn't have to worry about concealment as much anymore.
just because it's very niche, are we cool at the bottom of sometimes? Do you think
Yeah,
higher than
That's fine.
the summons maybe?
I think
Yeah, I'd
I
say
think
higher
this
than the
is
summons.
they're
I think
definitely
he's-
higher than summons.
Yeah, he's
but-
higher than the summons.
He's like literally the tick right in front of the summons.
Yeah.
Because it is again, sometimes higher doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that sometimes you take this guy, and this guy's sometimes is a very specific case.
Speaking of specific cases, or should I say Winston Finnigan's?
Spicy mustache rides for everyone that is
Uh,
size 2 or smaller, right?
Yep.
Well, this guy, this guy is a cost 8 henchman from the Syndicate keyword, so he costs 9 in this crew. 7 health. He's got Arcane Reservoir. It's pretty good.
Pretty good ability. Pretty good fucking ability.
When he interacts, he can give someone an enemy model distracted, which it's not bad. You kind of want distracted yourself. It doesn't do that. He has Don't Mind Me. He has Luck Thief, which means if you can give him fucking adversaries, unkillable. But in general, it makes him very difficult to, like, you can't focus to get him and other things. And then he has Price of Progress to build in suits. He has a Sharp Wit melee that can draw out secrets. Against non-leader, you can choose 2 suits and make them discard one of those cards, or you get to make them take an action, which is pretty good because if they're low on cards, or if you know what's in their hand from one of the 7 random abilities that you have in this crew, just look at your opponent's hand. Weird
Winston.
synergy, but that's a thing you can do. And sometimes he gives you soul stones back because he sells out. He's got a Derringer because, again, lots of synergy with this crew. They fucking love Derringers for some reason. But the real reason people take him a lot is Dirigible Ride, which is target a model of size 2 or less, place the target anywhere within 4 of its current position, not wholly within, just partially, and then he can pulse out a damage to enemies, heal the target, or come with them with Ride Along. And then his tactical action is look at the top 3 cards of your Fade deck, discard any number of them, and then you move an amount for each card discarded this way. It's kind of like a less good off the path, but that only affects him. But you can do it, know what's on your deck, get some walking, all kinds of things. Doug, Winston Finnigan, I know you like this guy, but how do you feel about him in Ivan?
I love any model that has Arcane Reservoir on it. Dirigible Ride is really good. Yeah. Admittedly, it's probably a little worse than Ivan 2 because Ivan 2 natively has so much movement accessible to him. Luck Thief is crazy as an ability, which is awesome. I'm never going to be mad about having Winston in my crew, but 9 Soul Stones, again, is a lot in this economy, but Arcane Reservoir is a hell of a drug. So when you balance in this economy versus is a hell of a drug, they kind of cancel out like a plus flip and an egg flip in my mind. So then it makes Winston like a good model. Like
I just wish that celebrity said choose a model.
But also, so the other thing that I want to call out too is I think what would tip the scales for me is if it was a pool where I knew that both Don't Mind Me and Draw Out Secrets were active and would help me score schemes. Like if I'm taking him into a pool where I know that that's going to be like a big boon and helpful, then I'm a lot more inclined to take Mr. Finnigan than if Draw Out Secrets is not active / Don't Mind Me doesn't matter as much. Just like when we were talking earlier about Corvis Rook, a very similar scenario with Winston, except Winston also just gives you awesome card advantage in Reservoir. So I don't know, kind of like I put him in the middle to the front of the bus on sometimes higher, probably. I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. Jesse, what do you think? Similar premise?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty close there. If I had to put Winston into sometimes, I'd probably put him just above Anya. I'm more likely to take him.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
He does all the awesome Winston stuff that Winston does. There's some ups and some downs. One of the problems is that it is actually more difficult to use Dirigible Ride because it is an attack action and it doesn't ignore concealment. So, like, there can be situations where you just can't really use it efficiently.
Yeah.
A lot of times if I do anything with him, he's going to be like off on a flank with like a Corvus or something like that, giving them dirigible rides and helping to do like the scheming while Corvus does the disruption piece. The one really cool thing that I love about Winston and this crew is because there's so much concealment, Luck Thief basically makes him invincible because your opponent can't get plus flips to get around the concealment because they just turn into more negative flips. So it makes him almost untouchable, which is really cool. And then he also, like I said, he just does all the cool Winston stuff. So if I really need something that's going to be schemy and I have a good model for him to kind of tag team with Dirigible Ride, I think he's just a solid pick. He actually works really well with operatives, and they're cheap enough that I can justify taking both him and them. And they both have the syndicate keyword, so there you go.
Nathan, any other thoughts on Mr. Finnigan?
Just that like Dirigible Ride isn't as annoying to get off when you can just Fortune's Favor once or twice and like still move around and just put 2 6s on top of your deck.
Yeah.
I think the two
and-
spiciest things for me looking at this again is Celebrity can give out Unresisted Distracted, which can combo with Gibson, I guess.
Mhm.
And then also Luck. That thing you just pointed out about Luck Thief is actually pretty crazy, honestly.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, you literally just can't get him unless you're doing melee. There's just like
And-
nothing. Or
and
Or
like-
they go up to 0. Yeah.
The thing with a lot of distracted crews is that like they frequently don't really have the volume of distracted they need to really make the effect.
But
snowball.
Ivan 2 does.
Ivan 2 and Ivan 1 both do. Ivan 2 more so. But I think the Ivan crews in general have a much easier time getting to the point where it's like, oh, okay, now you have to deal with intimidating authority. Flexible morality, and you have to deal with distracted, and I'm stat 6. So like stuff, it kind of just compounds, and it makes it really, really hard for even models with an 8+ flips to deal with them if you can get enough distracted out. And Celebrity being able to do that while you're scoring points and doing it unopposed is pretty dope.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Luck Thief combos really well with Flush with Cash because you get attack and you just give him a soul stone and then you kill 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one of the things that I do really like doing with him when I take him is one of Gibson's problems is that he's frequently lagging behind. Like he spends more of his actions doing stuff like Mechanical Firefly and Chromatic Aberration, and sometimes it can be tough to really get him in position to utilize Blinded by the Light or just be in a good spot to heal models. Winston kind of solves that because frequently by the time you activate Winston, there aren't any other Umbra models around Gibson to impede Dirigible Ride. So it gives you a good way to help keep Gibson relevant. And then there's nothing wrong with having Winston in kind of a central position because, I mean, he's got Don't Mind Me. And if he's going to be in a scrum and basically unkillable because of Luck Thief, point surprises, boys.
Yeah,
we talked about this
mean,
before.
Also importantly for the neg flip, right? Like if
Yeah.
it's concealing terrain and you're within an inch of Gibson, you can ignore the concealing and then just flat out flip. Right. So, and it, generally speaking, if you're just camping him next to it, not a problem.
Yeah.
Because you'll be in the piece of terrain.
Yeah, I would say actually, I personally, I would even. No, you know, I'm fine where he is. I think he's in a good spot right there.
He's good. I'll admit, Jesse, I didn't see the Luck Thief bubble thing. That's fucking dope, honestly. The Luck Thief concealment bubble bullshit. That's fucking dope.
It's gross.
And I will say, on that note, Doug, if you do enough dope, you will eventually become Blessed of December and then die horribly and then be forgotten and then be raised by Jeds and become the Damned.
God damn. I
We
love
did
this
it.
model.
Yeah, Damned is cool. So he's an 8-cost boy. He's got 9 health. He's got a Chronicle where if another model within 6 heals, enemy models within 1 suffer 1 damage. He's hard to wound. He's got the old ways, so he can flip the top card of his discard pile by taking a damage for anything, which is pretty good, as long as the duel has no fate modifier, so he can't have plus or minus flips. And then he has, if he kills a model with a melee action, 1 friendly model within Aura 6 heals 2, which could be him, and he's unimpeded. He's got a 2/4/6 melee that pushes the target 2 inches in any direction with Crit Strike and Pouncing Strike, which is placed within 5 in line of sight, in base contact with an enemy model within 5 in line of sight, and then punch him again. He's got Breath of Frost, which is a 2/3 blast, 4 blast that staggers models damaged by it, which, you know, is more staggered synergy for some of the movement-based bullshit that you have in this crew. And then he's got a built-in leap that's suitless 6 to leap, which is pretty good. He's a good schemer. He's a good anti-schemer because he hits real hard. Generally speaking, he's a good model that you see taken out of keyword reasonably often in Explorer Society. Doug, what do you think? Damned?
Yeah, he's like, this is, in my mind, the example of a quintessential anti-schemer model. He's just good. You take him out of keyword, you can go hunt down annoying models and do stuff on the flank for you. Yeah, he is, again, an example of a model that I would take if I wanted additional threat projection, or if I knew that I needed to go somewhere and hunt down some, like, scheme runners. Like, he's really good at, like, being super mobile, getting to a place, beating the crap out of, like, a smaller, weaker model, and then jumping away and doing something else. And if I'm looking for a guy that's going to do that in ES, this is probably you pair him up with Alleyway Echo, and you've got 2 like very fast mobile threats that can jump around and like pick on the smaller models, basically.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, like, for the Damned, he's a 9 wound model for cost 8. Even at with an out of keyword tax at 9, he's still cost per wounds, which is like pretty solid. He's
Plus hard to wound. Yeah.
And he's got leap. And if something gets close to him, he's got a 2/4/6 with crit strike. So
stat 6
that's
too.
good enough for me.
Yeah, and stat 6.
There certainly are stabbier models, but he's real hard to put down as for like a counter schemer. So like he's like the counter
He's
schemer.
off on the flank stuff. There's not many models that are going to be able to
The other thing I want to just point out is this has come up a lot for me personally. The push the target up to 2 inches in any direction after resolution of the attack. Like let's say like an opponent puts a model and I know that they're trying to score outflank, right, with that model or something. I can be like leap, like hit you, push you 2, then charge you, hit you, push you 2, move you 4 displacement, which you didn't see coming, and all of a sudden you're not within range to score your outflank at the end of the turn, and or you're dead.
Yeah, from 7 inches away.
Yeah,
which is pretty strong. Nathan, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, Old Ways is just like insane value sometimes.
yeah. Old Ways is dope sometimes.
Yeah. Old Ways is a hell of a drug. It's the Euripides bit, and it's just really really strong.
And natively unimpeded.
Yeah. You ever take a damage to Old Ways the Red Joker? It's a hell of a drug.
Yeah.
Better one up that. You ever take a damage to Old Ways the Black Joker? And then still fucking hit because your opponent sucks, and then you just are like, I win Malifaux, you're bad.
I can't say that I've had.
I've not had that experience yet.
Get in the comments if you've ever Old Ways the Black Joker and still hit. We want to know about it.
Okay.
Another thing with the attack having a built-in 2-inch push, any hazardous around, get extra damage.
Yeah, you get more damage.
This kind of can
it's just like a holistically good
attack.
Model. Yeah. It's not crazy. It's appropriate for its cost, and it does a job that this keyword sometimes can struggle to do, which is like going deep and scheming or hunting down. Something.
Also, importantly, you can do the host Ducat unresisted damage trick by just shooting healing onto it with Ducat, and then you take the Chronicle trigger and pulse out unresisted damage.
Not healing on
if it's near the middle, then you can do it.
Yeah.
I would put it pretty much like right. I would probably take Winston more often than I would take this model, but I would take this model more frequently than Anya.
Yeah,
they kind of do like sort of the same thing. Just Anya does a shitload more damage
and is more expensive.
Yeah,
it's
one specific shout out for the Damned is that it's really good at hunting effigies that have the upgrade.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, and it's a great that the Damned is if you take it, it's probably the best model for Gibson to make fast and give focus on turn 1.
Yeah, this is
because
of the damage track.
Damned is gross.
Yeah, the damage track really really wants focus because it's a 2/4/6 damage track.
Yeah,
so
also just like get to the opposite corner of the board on turn 1.
He can fucking put out 5 damage with a crit strike if he hits a mod, and fucking 7 damage with a crit strike if he hits a severe. That's crazy.
Pretty good. And there's like no other models in this crew that really care about rams. So
which is nice. You can save crit strike. You can save high rams. Yeah.
Let's talk the next.
Also, wait, hold on. One last thing. Breath of Frost is just Breath of Fire. Both those attacks are awesome. So he also has a really good
and it gives attack.
And it gives staggered.
It doesn't really suffer from the other out of keyword ranged attacks thing that most other models do because he's never going to be near your models, so there's probably not going to be concealment.
And you generally don't want to take this without focus anyway.
Yeah, it's just really good.
Sure. So let's talk Austera and Twigge. This is another de facto versatile Jedza model that people hire on a keyword all the time. She's an 8 cost versatile. I mean, a 7 cost Jedza model, whatever. Same thing. 7 health. Her Chronicle is after another model within Aura 6 heals. You can look at the top card of the healed model's fate deck and they discard it, which is once per activation, just like the Damned and all that stuff. Hard to wound, pretty good. Herald, so during the start phase, she can move up to 6. Once it's pretty good. She has Scout Ahead, which lets you make an opponent deploy a model at the start of the game before Right after deployments are chosen before the splitting of the crew, which is potentially absurdly strong, especially if it's something that you weren't aware of. Like, we don't know where this is going to go and it's going to get us. Certainly it's stronger if they're the defender. Lastly, she's unimpeded, so she runs around. Move 6, 5 defense and attack power. She has sharp claws, which is her 1-inch stat 5 melee, which isn't that great, but it's a 2/3/4 with siphon life, so that's pretty good. She has aerial strike, which is her nuts bow bonus attack action, which ignores cover, concealment, and line of sight, so great synergy there. It's stat 6 against defense, and it has 1/3/5, but it has puncture and vantage point, which is you drop a ski marker in the area anywhere between this model and the target. I don't think anybody's ever mad when they can drop a ski marker anywhere within 12 inches, basically. She has 2 tactical actions, and a flipless, discard 2 cards, draw 2 cards, and a drop a ski marker anywhere within 8 as the bonus action instead of aerial strike, so she gets to drop a bonus action either way, and it can have reposition. And I'll do you one better. A lot of people are confused about Twigge. I call him Twigge because I think it's funny because he's an owl, but it actually is an old... it descends from a Proto-Germanic Old English word, Twigge, which means any part of a tree, especially a branch or cutting.
Brandon facts.
Brandon facts. It means twig. Doug, to you. What you got? Twig.
Hold on, I just gotta take a drink of this Snapple really quickly. 1 second.
I'll Snapple you. I'll Snapple your apple with a...
We just get is there a Snapple fact?
Yeah.
We just had a Brandon fact.
Yeah, babies aren't dishwasher safe. Doug?
Okay. Do you have the cap?
Yeah. No, I'm looking at it right now. It says a group of frogs is called an army. That's not true.
An army of frogs? Yeah, it totally is.
Okay.
Down for frogs.
Okay. Well, that's the Snapple fact. Apparently, is that a group of frogs is referred to as an army. I really like Austera and Twigge. They are probably one of my most hired OOK models when I play ES. They fit my playstyle really well. Like, I really, really like being able to cash a focus on her at some point, which you could give with Gibson. And then, like, at some point, cash it in for an aerial strike to, like, pop someone in the face for 5. Like I love her when there's an opposing crew that has a totem that's really important to how the crew functions, and I can go totem hunting. But then when I'm done going totem hunting, then I can maybe like score points pretty easily with Eyes in the Sky often, because just saying that you get to drop a scheme marker radially within 16 inches is pretty nuts. It's pretty crazy. You need line of sight, but like it's pretty good. Like just to be able to throw a scheme marker somewhere. And usually I'll take her when I have a really good target or targets for aerial strike, and or Eyes in the Sky is going to do a good job of scoring me like either both or one of the schemes. And it almost always does because the ability is so strong. And then when you don't need to do any of those other things, she's a passive value engine because she has Nature's Rejuvenation, which just literally says discard 2 of your worst cards and draw 2 cards, which is awesome. Austera and Twigge kicks ass. I'm not going to say she's an always hire because, again, like we're really tight for Soulstone points in this list, and by nature of that, I'm going to respect that fact, and I'm going to say she's like probably for me personally, because of my playstyle and because of what I like about her, I would put her at the very front of the bus of all of these types of models that we've been talking about that like slot in and do a thing. Like I would probably rather have Austera and Twigge than Spicy Mustache Ride Man.
Ooh, saucy.
Yeah. Right. And she's also cheaper, honestly.
Yeah, she is.
So, like, I like her. She's great.
Yeah, I'd put her above the Damned and behind Winston. I do think that Winston has a little bit more synergy with this crew. Aerial Strike is amazing. I think the reason that I consider taking her more often than anything else is Nature's Rejuvenation, because you need a lot of high cards in this crew. So just being able to fish for them, especially fishing for high crows to make Mordrake work better, is kind of a big deal. Thankfully, this crew does have a lot of TNs, but a lot of them are only like TN 4 or 5. So being able to junk like the 1s, 2s, and 3s has even more value for this crew than most others, because there's a pretty good chance that whatever you draw, you're still going to be able to do something with, even if it's low.
Yeah.
She's a very, very good model,
and it's nice to not have cards compete for that 9 if you do need to cheat something for Eyes in the Sky.
Yeah, and like just the fact that she ignores the cover, concealment, line of sight for aerial strike, like it's a super good attack. It just straight up is. And I think the other thing that's really cool is that because she usually tends to be fairly central, and there's a lot of little incidental heals that happen in the Ivan crew, especially Ivan 1, her chronicle can go off kind of a lot. So just being able to scry your deck constantly is pretty dope.
Yeah, I mean, I love this model. I'm never going to say that she's not awesome. Nathan, what do you got? I know you've played this against me and fucked me up with it, so don't say it's not usable, my man.
No, yeah. Aerial Strike is such a good action.
Yeah.
Being able to just be like, I'm going to... Like, you can have your opponent deploy some model you want to kill, and then you just put Austera and Twigge across from it. As long as they're within up to, like, 24 inches, then they're not safe.
Yeah,
and
it's great.
One thing that like isn't often considered with Aerial Strike, and is especially enabled with Jin's free pass token, you can just put like 5 damage into a model at the end of a turn, and then start the next turn just put 5 more damage into it.
Yeah, bottom of, top of, just pop them. Yeah, I've definitely done that before.
12 inches away, like they thought they were safe. Austera just wobbles over and just one-twos them.
Yeah, it's really I've literally done that before to a model that was like it was 8 health, armor 1, full health, and the guy's like, yeah, I should be good. I was like, yeah, you should be good. All right, take 5. All right, go, take 4. All right, top of, fight for, take 5 again. And they're like, fuck.
Yep.
I needed that model, and I was like, no, sir.
Pretty fucking rude.
Yeah, and having puncture as a trigger on that means you don't always even need focus for it.
Right, exactly. If you have suits that can, if you can get like a decently suited, decently good ram, like you don't even need to focus, which is awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. I will say also the Nightmare Sculpt for this model is amazing. It's like a cool druid lady
killer.
and like a druid like a stick wolf.
The normal sculpt is amazing.
The normal sculpt's good too, but it's not quite as cool. I think that
I can't believe you're doing this to Twigge. I can't fucking believe you're doing this to Twigge.
Twigge breaks off kind of easily.
I can't believe you guys are doing this to Twigge. I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm hearing this. I'm distraught.
Rog would break him apart.
I'm distraught.
Dogs eat fetch. That's all I'm saying. In fact, I bet that he would rock him so hard he would turn him into a Grave Goo. Next model, Grave Goo. Stat 7.
Also a Jezda higher model.
Okay, continuing along the train of let's just hire all of Jezda's
Let's just play Jezda's crew.
Fucking Nathan. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Actually, I think Jesse was the one who suggested
I would have suggested it as well.
Grave Goo is a 7-cost model with 8 health. He has Chronicle Leech, which is after another model heals once per activation. Enemy models with a consumed upgrade, which he gives out, or models in base contact with this guy gain 1 poison. Link up to Mr. Ngaatoro. Hard to wound. Regen 2. Slippery. Link up with Corvis Rook. Not really synergy, but it's the same word, so we did it. If this model is unaffected by severe terrain, and after he moves, if it came into base contact with any terrain, it gains shielded +1, which it should probably be doing. And then he has Trail of Slime. So enemy models treat terrain in base contact with this model as hazardous, damage 1, and poison 1, which sometimes can be some stupid fucking bullshit. But other times, it's reasonable and fair and balanced. So, just as an aside, this is one of the reasons why you can't have, like, Warhammer-sized fucking terrain for this game. It just breaks things sometimes. Like, for instance, when you have a 24-inch forest, and it's fucking Grave Goo. Don't do that.
Or when you play it in Ivan, which we're going to get to in a minute.
Yeah. Calm down. But yes. Now, Grave Goo. He has Sludge Strike, so you can target buried models with consumed upgrades, and it's 2/3/6 with push 5, ignoring models. If you move through them, they take a damage and poison and infect, and the infect is built in, and it's stat 6, which is pretty good. But it's only melee 0. His bonus action Engulf is attach a consumed upgrade. It's a stat 5 against move, and you just gotta tie them. The consumed upgrade buries them, and then if you kill the goo, it unburies, and they test at the start. Right? Am I misremembering that?
Pretty much. You can have other models try and like yank them out and stuff.
Yeah, models in base contact with the goo can take a test to try and yank them out.
No, it's just it gives them a trigger on melee.
Oh, it gives them a trigger on melee, and if they successfully resolve it, you
That's
get yanked out. Yeah. Sorry, I was reading the goo card and not the goo upgrade. So it has 2 triggers: creamy nougat filling, like you do, 1 your additional damage, and then encroaching mass. Immediately increase the dual total by the value of this model's shield condition. So if you have a couple shielded, or like a way to put more shielded on them, you can guarantee burying people. And then he just says Grim Feast for another bonus action. So eat a corpse, heal 1, 2, 4. Doug, Goo.
So let me just say that Sam Barrows has just like really bad touched me with the goo before in multiple ways, and just won the game with really annoying play loops with this stupid model. I get that this model is really good. I am not personally good at using this model. Like I've never really piloted him well. I never really am able to fully wrap my brain around like how to make super high impact annoying ass plays with him like Sam does all the time. I respect the model because I've been forced to respect the model, but I don't really know how to use it that well. So because of that, like I probably put it in sometimes higher, but for me it would be personally, because of the pilot that I am, it would be towards the back of sometimes higher. But like if you're really good with this model and you understand how to just like schmanoodle people with it, then like it's really good at what it does.
Yeah, concealing markers becoming hazardous though is a hell of a fucking drug.
It has a lot of rules that are a hell of a fucking drug on it, to be honest.
Yeah. Jesse, do you want to talk about
I'm gonna put this thing above the operative in sometimes higher, so pretty high on the list. This is one of the most hilarious models that you could possibly bring into an Ivan crew. So there's a lot of reasons for that. Mostly it's that you drop so many shadow markers that you're always pretty much going to be in base contact with them and getting shielded and turning them into hazardous. And it's not just hazardous 1, it's like hazardous poison 1 and 1 damage, which is a little bonkers. And most importantly, the way that Born of Shadow, the front of card ability on all of the Umbra models works, the areas within an 1-inch aura of them count as concealing terrain, and a recent FAQ clarified that you can be in base contact with an aura, so it turns the auras of all of the Umbra models into poison and damage hazardous terrain, which is a little wacky. Yeah, it's a thing. So yeah, Grave Goo is really cool, and also Accidental Rollover is just like a really, 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 really good trigger. But you mostly do it because of the way that he interacts with all the shadow markers and the terrain auras on all the Umbra models. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Also, Longton is the one that taught me about this, like way back when. Yeah. So Haku, I put this one in here not just because he's hilarious, but also for you. I love you, Boo.
We're really channeling the spirit of Haku over here. I like this guy for sure, but I had the experience of watching Haku do this to Sam and then Sam do this to Doug, so I never got done by him. I don't.
You never got gooed?
You never got gooed?
Oh, I've gotten gooed like 2 or 3 times, but I'm just like prepared for it and stopped it. So like,
it sucks. It sucks to get good. Like
Sam tried to goo me once, and I was just like, nah.
We really, really, really need like a translucent purple sculpture.
Yeah, why isn't there one, guy?
Like,
what the fuck, Weird? Get in the comments.
Jonathan Weird.
John Q Weird.
Anyway,
and maybe if Kyle watches this video, he'll give us one. Maybe he'll make me one.
All the spindly bits on it in translucent would be a nightmare though. Maybe it's not worth it.
They'd be so good. Where are we putting him? You like him?
I put him above the operative.
Yeah. Nathan, do you agree with this?
Realistically speaking, it should probably be below the operative.
Nope, it's going above the operative.
Above it is.
The operative is going to have to move through the goo.
One other like really important thing with them is because there's so much terrain in an Ivan crew that every single move is going to be getting him shielded. So you can very easily get like even 3 shielded makes Engulf basically unresistible, but 4 or more and no one's going to cheat against that because like you can be stat 9.
Yeah.
Like not even Zip can resist that.
Yeah, buddy. Zip loves Gooo. He wouldn't resist. He'd relent.
The
And
big
I
issue with
will
Zip
say
is
that-
he's going to have 12 cups of coffee and then just
Yeah.
not be able to be eaten. But
Yeah.
Outcast
I mean,
Zip.
all right.
I will say that I have ever taken this guy, and just having 2 models in the same keyword that can bury enemy models it can really get out of hand.
Yeah.
Like,
Or-
real bad.
Or you just stack up multiple pieces of terrain under a model and have the Gooo touching all of them. So it's like the
Mhm.
aura from the Umber models, the Shadow Marker, whatever other terrain marker you have.
Fuck Grave Goo,
Any
dude. Fuck this
terrain
model.
on the table.
Fuck this model, dude.
Doug is getting mad as
Jesse-
he's listening.
Jesse,
Screw
at
this
Captain
model,
Con,
dude.
if I play Grave Goo and Doug plays Lady Justice, can he attack my game's models from his game because they're
Sure.
buried by the Goo? Yes,
I'm gonna make that ruling.
we're recording it now. Well,
This is
we are
legally
recording
binding, Jesse. I hope you understand.
Yeah, I know.
it. Yeah.
We will. Brandon and I are petty and spiteful enough that we will whip this out and be like, "You told us we could. Here's
That's
the proof."
true. Doug is going to be my accomplice in this endeavor.
Yeah.
Much like the Bellhop Porter is on the front of his card with the ability Accomplice.
Ba-doom, ching.
That felt really forced, guys. Can we try it again?
Yeah, you want to do another one? That's fine. Yeah, give us one more. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, Jesse, I do like this a lot, but I think, you know, I'll relent a little bit. I'll be less aggressive. I'll throw less junk at you. Bellhop Porter, motherfuckers. Let's go.
There we go.
Stat 7. He has, cost 7. He has 7 health. 5 health, 5 defense, 4 willpower, 5 move, 3 size. Because he's a big lad. He's got to be a big lad. He's got to carry all the suitcases. He's got to give him a lift. He's got armor 1 and accomplice, but also extended reach, which are all great abilities. Full pack is at the start of his activation, he gets shielded for every marker within 2 of it. So at the start of his activation, he should be getting 5 shielded on the reg.
Yeah, like a gazillion shielded every turn, basically. Yeah.
And then during their activations, other friendly models with an aura 2 may be treated as +1 size, which is, I don't think that that's strictly speaking relevant for anything in this crew, but it does occasionally fuck all kinds of things up. But you don't have any ride with me in this faction, so
No.
Yeah.
In this keyword.
In this keyword, what explorers has ride with me?
The horsies, horsies and McCabe.
Oh, McCabe. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Good point. Okay. Those are fucking
Guys on horses and girls on
sheriff guy.
horses. Yeah,
the sheriff guy.
But they're
Those are bass
explorers
models.
yeah.
they're bass
They're Rough
models.
Riders. They're
Yeah,
Rough
they're
Riders.
bass models.
They're
It's
both.
red.
Wait, are they just bass? Hold on.
No,
They're
they're
red.
both.
They're just
They're both,
bass.
but they're teal anyway. You
Oh,
know,
no.
doesn't
They're
matter.
wastrel, too.
Yeah,
wastrel.
they're both.
They're
Yeah, that's what I
bass
thought.
wastrel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy.
I'm gonna
this
have
guy,
a stroke because of you, Brandon.
Yeah, this guy has some baggage handlers, which have 2/3/4 knock aside. He can throw junk, which is a 2/3/4. I found another one, which is once per turn enemy only choose a non-ski marker in play. Drop another of the chosen marker into base contact with the target. So you shoot somebody at 10 inches. Although you're going to have to do it through concealing, so we're probably not declaring this action, quite frankly, even though it could duplicate a shadow marker. And then at your service, once per activation, other friendly only, he can gain shielded and reduce the value of shielded by any amount, and if it does so, target gains shielded with a value equal to the value reduced by this action. So were you so inclined, you could give the Grave Goo, who you've also hired, a dozen and a half shielded, and then he could bury your opponent's entire crew with a single duel. If only it worked that way. And then lastly, he's got I've Got Your Back with a tag out trigger to place this model anywhere within range, engaging an enemy model that the target was engaged by when this action was declared. So you I've Got Your Back, and then do a tag out, swap, you know? And that's the Bellhop Porter. This model is adorable, and I want one, but I don't have one.
Yeah, phenomenal sculpt. Oh my god.
I want
love
one.
it.
He's so adorable. Look at his little hat.
It makes me think he kind of reminds me of the robots from Castle in the Sky, the Studio Ghibli movie.
Yeah,
if you gave him a cute little suit.
He totally reeks of Studio Ghibli helper robot person thing.
He looks-
Yeah,
He looks
for sure.
like the Iron Giant just had a really fucking sad life and then had to go get a job in a hotel because he couldn't fucking make ends meet because we live in a capitalist endgame hellscape and the entire society doesn't fucking make sense anymore.
All right, Brandon.
I was actually just gonna say divorced Iron Giant, but
Oh
we can go that
no,
way too.
that's so sad.
All
That's even
right.
more sad than the fall of the Republic. Just kidding. Fuck this country. Anyway,
Brandon.
what's happening? I'm not
Doug,
going
why
to
don't
cut
you
this
tell
because
us
I don't
about
give a
Bellhop
shit.
Porter?
Fuck
Brandon.
everything.
Brandon. Jesus. Calm down.
That was pretty
Did
restrained.
we mention there
in the
was just
grand
an
scheme of
election? I
things.
think Brandon might.
Okay.
No, we didn't. In fact,
Okay. So Bellhop Porter is pretty fine for 7.
It's almost midnight, guys.
I don't-
Oh Jesus!
Uh,
All right.
It's like pretty fine. Like, I don't know. Throw junk is going to be annoying to get off probably a lot, and you're going to have to.
It's not gonna. There's no way.
I mean, I think it could.
Like one time at the start.
And he seems fine.
Yeah, it's not.
I guess you would take him when extended. Like, the thing that I'm keying in on looking at this guy right now is that he does have synergy with the stuff. And like, I probably like him when extended reach matters. Probably. He's like extended reach tech for me.
Yeah.
Which makes him like the back of sometimes. But yeah, sometimes I do want a 5 defense armor, 7 health extended reach guy. Like, sometimes that's important. And that's when I would take him.
Jesse, what was this?
Oh,
you?
and I've got your back can be
This was
helpful,
me.
but
Yeah.
also the same.
I've got your back is great. Yeah.
This was me.
Yeah.
I honestly, I don't think that enough Explorer Society players bring this model because it is way better on the table than it looks like it is on its card. It's very impactful when its tech makes a difference. I mean, like, you take this thing when you don't have enough points for an emissary, and you think your opponent is gonna like alpha strike you with like a big, BB model,
and you use extended reach to blunt the attack.
Extended reach helps to buffer Ivan and any other really critical models. Like full pack, he's pretty much going to be getting like 4, 5, 6, 7 shielded every turn, especially once you get to mid game. Give him a lift can be surprisingly impactful. Just making Ivan size 3 so that he can shoot over stuff can be kind of a big deal sometimes. And I've got your back is like just legit good tech.
Yeah, it's just good.
At your service doesn't super duper come up that often. Although I will say, if you are taking Corvis or Operatives, then being able to put shielded on them so that they don't take damage from their price of progress is kind of a big deal. He's not going to be anywhere near Corvis most of the time, but he will frequently be near Operatives. And since you don't really have anything else to do with his AP, because throw junk is like, you're probably never really going to be able to reliably use it. Most of the time, what you're doing with this model is walking and using at your service. And that's kind of it. So he seems very boring, but the impact that he has with his passive abilities, and I've got your back, can be a huge difference in some games. So I would put him, realistically, he's probably I would put him just below Operative for sometimes higher.
Yeah.
I'm probably more apt to take Winston. Well, no, I think that the tech that this guy brings when it's important is more important than the tech that Winston brings. So I would put him dead center in sometimes higher.
I guess the thing that I didn't consider looking at this guy, and you make a good point, Jesse, is that fucking full pack is going to trigger all the time with this guy at an absurd level. So he's not really a defense 5, willpower 4, armor 1, 7 health. He's like, most turns, it's like, it's probably like, what, like shielded 4 at least?
Oh, minimum.
I mean,
shielded 4, and shielded 5.
And then you can also heal him with Host Ducat.
And he's got,
which is going to drop more shadow markers near him.
Right, and then he has the age-old combo of armor plus shielded reduces to 0, la-di-da-di-da, right?
Right. With an always higher keyword that's always going to be near him too.
Yeah.
So like,
I actually really thought you were Token the Doobie harder than I was when you put this on the list, but like hearing us talk about it, I see the vision. That's really cool, honestly. I guess I didn't give enough credit just reading over the stat card to how impactful full pack would have been for him, and the fact that just him being on the table means that he's going to activate and have like shielded 4, shielded 5. That's crazy. Like, that's a lot of shielded on an extended reach model that can kind of just be an annoying, cheap offensive piece denial.
Yeah, I mean, it basically does everything the emissary does. Some of it slightly less well and some of it better, but for 3 points cheaper.
Yeah.
And with all these expensive models, even though the emissary is really, really good, I feel like I have points for this one a little bit more often.
Yeah, and his attack's not terrible. It's like stat 6, 2, 3, 4. It's fine.
I mean, it's a 2-inch engage.
Yeah, it's
like,
a 2-inch engage.
It's good.
Yeah.
You can't complain about it that much.
Yeah.
Nathan, do you want to complain about it some?
Yeah, Nathan, do you want to complain about it a bunch?
Yeah, tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm just unconvinced of it for 7 stones. Like, I can see a specific case with like when you're also hiring Hand of Janus, because armor 2 and shielded is a lot. hard to deal with. But like without that specific combo, I'm just unconvinced that like the shield you get is worth the 7 stones for him with everything else you want to hire.
Yeah, I feel very similarly. I think that he's probably very difficult to kill unless they have like a couple focus shots from a good beater, because like you can only reduce damage once with shielded. So like two midpoint or severe damages are gonna kill him regardless on like most beater models. Granted, extended reach does make that a little bit more harder, more difficult to have happen. But like, what does he do though? Like he doesn't die.
He's a defensive tech piece.
He's a defensive tech piece. He doesn't do anything aside from...
What does it do? That's just it.
Models from getting killed and giving out shielded. That's it.
I mean, if you're giving out shielded to somebody that really uses it, great. Like, I think, yeah, sure, handed Janus, but like, I don't know. I probably wouldn't hire this model. But,
he's a defensive tech piece.
And I found that in Ivan 1, I know that shielded doesn't reduce like a ton of damage, but putting a little bit of shielded onto like a Brocken Spectre is a huge difference in their survivability. It takes significantly more hits to put them down, and then it gives you more opportunity to like heal them back up. And like I said, Brockens are a real problem if your opponent lets you get like 2 on the table plus all the other stuff you're doing.
Yeah, this I don't know what the word I'm looking for is here, but it's not win more, but it's like defend more. Like, it's not that good in and of itself, but like if they're like peppering you and failing, this will make them so far from being able to kill anything. But I don't know. Maybe it would put it over the line, but maybe it wouldn't. I probably wouldn't. I would try it maybe.
Fair enough.
So
I stand by my original statement that I think that more Explorer Society players should give this thing a try, because it's a lot better than it seems.
Yeah. I mean, certainly in Ivan and Jedza, but
handing shielded to Alleyway Echo is also super relevant to keep it alive.
I'll give you with Echo. I think that's probably
handing like 5 shielded to Alleyway Echo is pretty legit.
Yeah,
that's
my biggest issue with him is that he has to activate to give out the shielded, which is forcing activation control for something that is purely defensive. Where it's like, yeah, that's fine, but also like if I'm very much a like best defense is a good offense, and it doesn't matter how much damage my opponent can do.
It's literally, I think that's literally like Ivan's play style is best defense is a good offense. So yeah. And like he does have Accomplice, but then you end up running into activation control issues if you use it. So like it's.
I'm always reticent for Accomplice unless it's like Zoraida Accomplice against Angel Eyes. So riddle me this then. Other way around, but you know what I mean. So Jesse's on like right below Winston.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna change my mind. I'm gonna say right above Anya.
Right above Anya. How do you feel about that?
I think I'm more likely to hire any of the other models ahead of it than I am that.
I think he's okay.
I'm right above the summons.
Above the summons?
I think I'd rather have Anya and Toro, but.
And I don't think he's significantly better in one version of Ivan than the other. So
yeah, I think it's pretty much the same both. I am personally just like still unconvinced. So
all right.
Like he would definitely be a never hire for me. But like I can see what you want to do with him and why you want it, and I agree that like for those things it's fine. It's just not something that I want to do.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about the next shiny new versatile and outcast. I mean, Explorer Society. I mean, they're fucking outcasts. Fuck them. No, that's probably not okay. The Jand of Hanus. Because I'm doing a bit now where I never learned H and J as themselves. I learned them as each other. So this model is defense 4, so it's unplayable. Next. Okay. No, defense 4, willpower, move 5, size 4. He's 2 armor. He has the bit from the upgrade flush with cash built in. Access fund, so he can during the start phase. It's once per game. So you can't. He can only use it once per game, but you can still have it on a different model and use it there. Yeah. Or no. Yeah, because it's not. It's not like I guess an aura. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anywho, during the start phase, pitch 3 cards, draw up to your hand size.
You mean jam size?
What's that?
You mean jam size?
I said pitch 3 cards, draw up to your hand size.
Yeah, you mean jam size.
Yeah, your jam size. That's what I said.
Size. Yeah, your jam size.
It was my.
He's reminding me of your bit.
Yeah. Yeah,
that you had committed to, 5 seconds previously.
I know with the pit, I understand.
Okay.
He is Grit Fanatic, so as long as he has Jaff of his maximum Jolt or less, attack actions get a plus flip, and then he has Towering Figure, which means he's ignored to Severe and Hazardous Terrain. Hanus' Wrath is a 3/4/5, which is pretty good. Armor Piercing, Mutilate, Shove Aside. Those are all great triggers. Seeking Bolts is a 12-inch 6 ranged attack, not gun. That's important. It ignores concealment. 2/4.
Also super important.
Blast. Also excruciatingly important.
Excruciatingly important here.
Because he'd be unplayable if it didn't ignore concealment. Burst damage. So on a ram, he can get triggers. Get blast. So 1 blast or 2 blasts at the severe cap. Stagger, and then field repairs. Construct only. The target deals 1, 2, 3 with purification and condition. Which is pretty good, in general, I think the Jan of Hanus is pretty good. Doug, how do you?
This model's awesome. So basically, my train of thought.
Are you a Jan stan?
I'm a Jan stan, 100%. Especially when you basically combine this model with Gibson DeWalt, because you go with Gibson,
focus.
You give him, you literally just focus fast the and of Giannis or whatever we're saying right now. This model, the Jan of Hanus, sure.
Yeah, Hanus is the leader of the
Explorers. So you go with Gibson. You basically do Chromatic Aberration targeting this thing. You give it, you make sure that you get either the burnout trigger by either soulstoning for it, or like you cheat like a 7 or better of crows, which is not terrible, right? Oh, you tools, yeah, sure. Or you tools, like you have a million ways to do it.
You have 3 different ways to get it.
So the thing you're searching for here is a Chromatic Aberration targeting the Yond of Banos, or the Band of Guanos, or whatever.
What are you saying?
I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Anyway, you Chromatic Aberration targeting this thing. You get the burnout trigger. You put 2 damage onto it, which it's literally going to self-heal for free anyway, basically, with its own fast action. And then it has fast and focused. And when this thing has fast and focus, it's already size 4. I mean, you just start blasting, basically.
And he comes with his own rum jam.
Yeah, this thing's great for Ivan. I think that the more interesting conversation piece around this model is that it is 10 soulstones, which, again, 10 soulstones in any economy, not even just this economy, is a lot. Like, that's expensive, right? 10 soulstones. So you kind of have to decide, is this really, really good in this matchup? Am I taking this instead of taking Alleyway because I want threat projection, and Alleyway is bad for XYZ reason? I think you're often choosing whether or not Alleyway is good. And if Alleyway is good, then you go with Alleyway. And if Alleyway is bad, you probably load up Hand of Janus, unless you think it'll also be bad for some reason, unless I'm missing something. So, like, while this model is schwiggity awesome, I don't think it's an auto-include. I think it's you're really excited to take it when you do, but it's only correct to take sometimes because of the role that it's playing and how many soulstones it costs.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I basically take Hand of Janus when Alleyway Echo is gonna be a problem. Like, if my opponent has a solution to it, they're not probably going to have a solution to Hand of Janus, because you don't tech anti-armor into
Ivan.
It's just like not a thing you do.
Yeah.
And the hand ignores all of the other issues that come along with Ivan. Like, he can walk over models, so he can get
see him
out
over
of deployment. He ignores concealment. Friendly fire isn't a problem because his seeking bolts aren't a projectile.
Yeah.
Fast and focus on him is amazing. Excess funds without having to pay for an upgrade is fantastic. Like, I generally speaking would rather have the Alleyway Echo because I value the speed that it brings to the table.
Yeah, and the positional flexibility.
The positional flexibility, like Hand of Janus isn't very fast. It's kind of trundle up the board and shoot and smash stuff.
It's not particularly subtle.
Close. Right. But for me, it's like I would put it right behind Alleyway Echo and sometimes higher, because the way that I play, I always want, like I said before, a second threat aside from just Ivan. I don't want people to just be able to focus on him, so I'm always going to be taking either Alleyway Echo or Hand of Janus, depending on the matchup.
Yeah. Nathan, what do you got?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. He's give him 2 focus and fast, and let him rip. In Ivan 2, you can displacing shot him forward, so he can be like 10 inches up the board before he activates.
Which is dope, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
that's fucking cool.
Yeah, that's killer.
Ivan, I want to, dude, I'm going to try some Ivan too.
Okay. Well, where are we putting him? What's the plan? I will say, I guess before we do that, the only things I have to say are, yeah, he's good. You can definitely put your eggs into his basket, but I think the pipe dream of putting your eggs into the basket of him with like 9 other keyword models means you're not hiring any Ivan models, and you like, why are you even playing Ivan at this point? Because I think there are just other masters that support him better. Like the max combo with this guy is fucking insane. But I think that I mean, I think he's good, and I think you can do have Hand of Janus be your main piece. But like a lot of the models, like everything between Corvis Rook and the Daeva is like, you're gonna pick like one of these things and like put your eggs in that basket. The chance of you hiring like more than one of any of these things is basically non-existent because you just won't have the stones.
But I do think specifically for this model, you're
but out
making
of
a
all of
choice
these,
between
I think
Alleyway
this
and
is
this.
better. I think this is better. I think this should be right above
Sure.
Corvis.
Yeah,
But
right above
maybe I'm wrong.
Corvus.
I think
that's
above
fine.
Corvus is correct, yeah. And right behind Alleyway.
That's where I was gonna put him too.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I'm almost every time that I play Ivan, I'm going to take either the Alleyway Echo or Hand of Janus, depending on the situation.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
Yeah.
just.
Um,
And I mean, realistically speaking, I've been talking about all these out of keyword hires. I almost exclusively hire keyword models, and if I take anything else, it's typically going to be one model.
Right.
So like all of the stuff that's on this sometimes matchup, I'm pretty much never going to be taking more than one of the models in that lineup in any given game.
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, and I think that's a pretty a fearless and adventurous opinion to have. And
Intrepid, as it were.
Intrepid. Oh, what a great synonym for those words. In
Yeah.
fact, it's so great, you might be the effigy of intrepidity.
We probably should talk about the emissary first.
Should we?
Yeah, because
Sure.
a lot of what's going to be the effigy is like turning into the emissary.
Yeah, as you hire it and it becomes that.
Sure.
Because the big value, the big
How about this? Let's. I'll just give my take on the effigy, and it's that I don't take it very often.
Yeah.
Unless I feel like I need an emissary on turn 3.
correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same for me.
Do you? I mean, as a general rule in Explorer Society, are you really doing the pay 4 less stones to not have the emissary until turn 3?
Yeah, because sometimes you don't
Hoping
need
that
it.
it doesn't die.
Frequently,
Some-
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like
sometimes
in
you don't
corner
need it.
deployment, it's very
Yeah.
common. And lead the way is a good
And Lead the Way is a
Really?
good opener.
It's fine.
The only thing that's a little annoying with Lead the Way is that like the
Concealment.
angles and using it can be a little annoying, and again, it doesn't ignore
Yeah,
concealment.
it is
which
fucked
really
by
freaking
Ivan.
aggravating.
Maybe there's a place that you're gonna do this, but unless you're like camping him next to the model,
I'd
I just
I mean, that's
literally
where you
just,
deploy him anyway. So
sure. It's
I'd
right,
literally
yeah.
just put him like right
I'm just
behind
gonna put
Ngaatoro.
him right in front of the emissary wherever we talked about him, because the point is to get the
Yeah, I
emissary.
mean,
that's what we'll do.
I take it if I am going to spend 6 points because it's like corner deployment, and I think that a third turn emissary is going to be a big deal, which frequently it is.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's
and
when the
it's,
rubber meets the road sometimes.
Well, I don't know that I've ever failed to kill an effigy before it transformed, but yeah,
Hey,
it's a
if my
choice.
opponent
And if
wants to
that's what-
spend AP killing the emissary or the effigy, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and then they're not going to kill other things, I guess. So the emissary, I'll put the effigy card up while we're talking, but the emissary card is, he's a 10 cost dude. If you hire the effigy with the upgrade, it's 6, but you don't get him for 4 stones less. You don't get him on turn 1 or 2. But instead you get, intimidate, lead the way, which is fine. He's got armor 1, hard to kill. He's got take the hit, and he's got phalanx. So friendly models that start within or 3 of them gain a shielded, which is also one of those Zoraida abilities that nobody ever fucking remembers ever, but like it is good. Take the hit also very strong, especially because he's defense 7, willpower and move 5, size 3, and with armor 1, 10 health. That's a lot. He's just an enforcer, so he can't stone, but 2/4/6, 2-inch melee, stat 6. A trigger to gain 1 shield, a trigger for knock aside, and a trigger for blast, because why not? He's got intimidating roar, which is great, and also is really good for unpack, so like you could totally just hire this guy. Turn 1, push them 6 inches away. If the target's a minion, it gains slow, but you're not really realistically hiring any of the minions of this keyword anyway, so like that's probably fine. Spear Toss lets him take the Stone Spear action, ignoring range, targeting the model that you intimidated forward, which is his melee. And he's got I've Got Your Back, which is really strong with Galvanized to give out focus to another friendly model within 3, which could be the one that you just put in base contact. And then lastly, he has Aura of Courage, so their aura is thankfully fixed because it used to be a little bonkers, but if a friendly model passes a duel generated by an enemy model by 2 or more, they heal 1. So it's like really good against some blast crews, and like if you're getting attacked, winning with defense 7 is real strong. But Doug, Emissary, Ephemary.
This guy's like this guy's great. He's a really important piece in the toolbox that is playing Explorer Society at large, because he's a defense 7 take the hit model with armor, and he has baked in really good synergy with Host Ducat, because you really would love to just be shooting healing onto this guy, creating marker nests that you can benefit from them later. There's just a lot of good stuff about this guy, but again, he is expensive, and you really only kind of want to bring him when you need him. Like, you don't really want to casually hire this model because of the cost associated with doing so. Yeah. So when you bring him into like a Seamus matchup, you probably start the list with this guy if you know you're playing against Seamus, for example. Like, you probably don't hire anything else before you hire this big, giant, chunky metal lion and his buddy wearing a magical hat with a cursed cane. But then, like, is he good when you need to spread out and take the hit loses value? No, he's basically like a take the hit machine. So when you identify the matchup properly and you bring him in, amazing. So I don't know where that would put him, but like insanely good tech that is specifically take the hit tech. So I don't know where that puts him.
Yeah.
I'm feeling sort of above Anya, but fuck me. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. It's not fine. Everything's broken. One moment, please. Everything's fine. Back to you, Jesse.
Great.
He's got to be better than Anya. I mean, he's like,
oh yeah. I mean, so like, I think that the Intrepid Emissary is like just holistically across the Explorers faction, as compared to like other emissaries in the game, probably like the best. This is a really fucking weird way to say this. Let me rewind a little bit. Fix it. Cut.
I'm not gonna. Okay. I will.
So I think that when you look at any emissary in any faction, there's always this kind of decision point of like, what is this thing going to do for my crew? It's 10 points. And like, some of the emissaries are crazy in certain crews, like Mysterious Emissary in like Titania or something is like fucking off the chain, like crazy bonkers model. This emissary, I think, is the best example of what emissary should be. It fits into every single crew in the faction, some slightly better than others.
Yeah.
It has a very specific set of abilities that solve a couple of problems.
But like really
take it when you need it,
problems.
you don't take it when you don't.
Yeah.
And like, that's kind of it. I think that it is bar none, probably the best piece of defensive tech in the game. And like, there's a couple of crews that I do pretty much auto hire it in. Like I'm at this point, I've used it so many times that if I'm playing Syndicate, this model is basically always going to be in the crew because there's some banana synergy there. In this crew, it's not really going to have any significantly more synergy than any others, but it just does its job, and it does its job well. So like, for me, it's going to go. I think that it's one of those models that it really would be, I think, right behind Corvis, if I'm being honest, because if you need this model, you need this fucking model. And if you don't, you just don't take it.
Yeah, I think I'm hip to that jive, but Nathan, you're the explorerist explorer that I've ever explored. What do you think? You think that's reasonable?
Yeah, and like, for as defensive it is still a stat 6 246 model that can do blast. So like, you can be hanging out taking hits, and then you'll have focus because at some point you'll have an action where you can just walk and focus, and you just stab something for 6 damage and something 4 damage next to it potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's another great target for fast and focus from Gibson turn 1, because then you can Menacing Roar twice and then still walk.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Menacing Roar really helps the unpack for this crew, like a lot.
Yeah, having no target number means you don't care about concealment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I like just flat out hiring the emissary, because I kind of want intimidating roar more than lead the way, but they both kind of do the same deal. I put them like that. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah,
are we good to go on to Vernon and Welles?
Yeah, I figure honestly, it's like the little guy is when you're taking the big guy, but you want the value meal instead of the supersize.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have 4 stones and want to hire something that's significant and maybe a little crunchy if they don't have armor removal or ignore hard to kill, and then and then you can go scheme with them. You can move people around, go in a sub group. But let's talk Vernon and Welles, the tallest size 2 model in the game, by inches in height, like in real life. This is the wheel's massive. Rich always goes on about it. It's very fun. He costs 8. He has 8 health. They have defense 5, willpower 6. Arcane Shield 2, which is pretty good. Hard to kill. Head in the Clouds means enemy models suffer neg flips to willpower actions resisted by willpower that target friendly models within 3. Did I say that right? Enemy models suffer a neg flip to attack actions resisted by willpower that target friendly models within 3.
It's like their marquee ability in my mind. Like that's one of the big reasons you take these guys.
Yeah, I mean spoilers. That's the only reason I take them.
Yeah. When this is
you
live,
take the wheels also good.
Yeah, you take the wheels.
Yeah,
it's okay.
So don't willpower around them. It's Von Stuck's thing. That's where I know it from. You take the wheel once per turn after you walk, pitch a card, interact, which is kind of their deal. That's what I think of them as being, because they're like a guy. Because they have the onward as a bonus action, which is to take a walk action as a bonus. So their bonus is flip a 6, pitch a card, take a walk, take an interact. Although they have 2 triggers on onward. Look at the top 3 of your fate and discard pile. Put any 3 on top and any 3 in the discard. And then Rocket Man. I don't know any of the words to that song. Assume I did a pun here.
Do you want me to do a rendition, like a full rendition, or
no?
Okay.
Instead of moving normally, you place itself anywhere completely within 5. It's on a 50 mil, so that's a pretty substantial displacement. And then it has 2 attacks, which are a 10-inch 6 willpower duel, which target suffers 1, 2, 3 and staggered, with Glimpse of the Void, which is really strong, and Touch of Hanus, which is also wildly strong. And then it has like a Shockwave 1, move 13 for 2 damage, push models damage 2 inches away. That can Cataclysm to drop a second marker, which won't, because it won't hit the same thing. But it, you can hit more things. And then Crater is enemy models damaged by this action have to discard a card or gain stagger. That's Vernon and Welles. They're classically a really good versatile schemer, and always have been. Although people have been taking them less and less nowadays. I haven't seen a Vernon and Welles on the table in a minute.
I think it's because there's just a lot more options, and like think about all of the options we've outlined here, all these different corner cases. Like Vernon and Welles is generically pretty cool. Like they, in the right scenario, have 3 AP because onward is really good. But like, I think the 3 of us would agree we're hiring Vernon and Welles when Head in the Clouds is active and is messing with our opponent's attacks targeting our models.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we're also hiring Vernon and Welles when Confirmed Leylines comes back in GG5. So, I mean, Corrupted Leylines, rather.
Sure.
I think that one of the biggest reasons that you don't see Vernon and Welles that often is that the people who originally bought Vernon and Welles, their models broke at some point and they refused to put together another one. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare.
That's funny.
Please, Weird, give us some different angles on your assembly instructions, because oh boy. Anyway, Vernon and Welles, like
it's good. You take it when
wants to be a
Clouds.
schemer.
It's good.
It wants to be a schemer. It's not a very good schemer, and the biggest reason for that, in my opinion, is that it is a 50 mil base that does not ignore anything, terrain or models innately. And the only way that it can do that is on its bonus action if it gets the mask that it needs. So like it's really easy to just jam this model up with literally anything. The only reason I take it now is if I'm in like a super bad matchup where I'm going to get blasted on willpower. And then I have Falling Skies to fall back on while I'm like staying kind of near my central bubble. Because I don't have to worry about concealment, and it does potentially give out staggered, which is good for a lot of things in this crew. But that's it. So for me, it's a sometimes higher. It's very low on the sometimes higher because I feel like the corner case that Head in the Clouds is good is pretty rare. And if I actually remember to take this model, it's kind of a miracle. So I would put it like below Bellhop Porter. I'm probably a little more likely to hire this than Mr. Ngaatoro, but yeah.
But what about when the fact that it has Onward is super relevant in the match and Head in the Clouds is active, and that's when it's like probably exactly where you put it, one in front of Ngaatoro.
What? But yeah, like what are we using Head in the Clouds?
Hey, I literally came to the exact same spot. I put my shitty little garden chair right next to his, right in front of Ngaatoro.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is that like if I'm taking this model for Onward to scheme, I'm just going to take the Damned.
Right, but like I'm saying
straight up better.
In a scenario where maybe you take both because Onward is really good in that scenario.
Yes, but
plus like
I mean,
Neverborn Pandora or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess there is the benefit that Head in the Clouds does affect Vernon and Welles themselves. So
right.
If you have them off on a flank, then like that's okay, I guess.
It's I think of it as themselves plus friends, right? So like in the early turns, it helps you not get screwed over by like ranged willpower stuff, and then in the later turns, it is kind of just defensive tech for Vernon and Welles. But if the thing that's primarily targeting them is willpower, then that's pretty
I mean,
pretty good.
Honestly, the biggest reason that I take this model is if I think Manos is going to be on the other side of the table because it makes his like walk, leap, spirit barrage thing a little bit more difficult for your opponent to do. And sometimes the extra setup steps that it requires for them to get like a focus on him.
Don't Manos bomb me, bro.
To break the bubble up and then
don't divine strike me, bro.
No.
Right, I'm serious. Like that's the reason that I usually consider taking this model is if I'm going to have to deal with fucking Manos.
Don't divine strike me, bro.
Right, because my crew wants to bubble up because I have to put out the distracted turn one. So like that's kind of it.
Sure, you're saying don't divine strike me, bro.
If I have the card, he's a henchman. I just don't.
What do you got, Nathan?
Oh, that's true. He is a henchman, so I guess it doesn't really work that well. But anyway,
I think you take the wheels getting a little bit overlooked here because like it is just a free interact action for a card.
That's what I said.
So like he's a forced AV model potentially.
Yeah, it's just 3 of those AP are walks that have to go through terrain normally.
Yeah. Or
this model walks, but this model does not like severe terrain or any type of anything in its way ever.
No. But like there are some strategies that it's really good at, like Old Break the Line, Carve a Path. Even now
the
Gather
mass
covert operations, Gather Intel, whatever. You can just walk 5 inches up to a model, take their intel for free, just drop a Falling Skies on top of yourself to push yourself out. You take a damage, whatever, and then you just onward walk away.
Yeah, I guess the intel piece, that's a good point. It's not really something that I had thought about. So I might be being a little too harsh on it, but I don't know where I think it would fall in the ranking.
I think it's
I don't know when I'm excited to spend 8 stones on this, to be honest. Like
you think what did you say, Nathan? It's better than Bellhop? Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. Probably Anya then.
It's probably better than
I'm definitely taking the Damned and almost that's not the right.
But again, guys, like there is a world in which this model gets to go walk, interact, and in like what if it's like plant explosives plus it's scoring the first part of power ritual or some shit. I don't know. Like
or just walk interact.
Like or literally just like it just shits out scheme markers for information overload also.
And hey, you could always make it fast with Gibson.
Yep.
And then it's
I think we're
walks and it interacts.
No, I think I'd rather target a couple other models.
Now we're very much out of reality.
Yeah, we're this is crazy. This is where Brandon and I draw the line. That's the line.
We're not shouting Vernon take the wheel. So let's go with Lamplighter.
Is this
the best Final Fantasy character in the game, next to Cloud Strife, but now he's a 1-inch melee, so he's less good. 7 cost model, 7 health, Ancient Lamps. They're 5/5/5/2. Ancient Lamps is make 2 dim lamps, at least 4 inches from one another. Seeker models are unaffected by their concealing trait, but they are concealing, which, as we're apparently mostly hiring Seeker models, won't matter, but any of the DUA models that you do actually hire will be affected. Their chronicle is fine.
What
It's
if we
after
name this
post-activation
YouTube video
after another
Nathan
model
hires
heals.
the Jez
This
the crew
model can push
in Ivan?
the healed model up to 1 inch in any direction. They've Don't Mind Me, they've Unimpeded, which are both good. And then they can, enemy models that end a move within 2 of this model gain distracted after resolving their current action or ability. Again, unfortunately, this is enemy. They have Lighting Stick, which is a 2-inch stat 5 melee 1/3/3 and burning 1 with push the target up to 4 inches towards a terrain marker in its line of sight, which is absurdly good in this group for sure because you drop terrain markers all over the fucking place. Which I don't know if we've mentioned it, but a terrain marker specifically is any marker that has any of the terrain traits, like for instance concealing, or blocking, or impassable, or hazardous, or any of that shit. It's even better with hazardous. Just saying. Unnatural Glow. Push the target 3 in any direction, then they can heal 1 or 1/2/3 if it's within 2 of a terrain marker, which it's probably gonna be because Ivan. Steel Monument, rather, like steel as in the metal. Once per turn, discard a card, make a new lamp marker, and then they have 2 bonus actions. Light the Way is target a lamp marker, and for the remainder of the game, it is lit. Friendly models within or 2 of a lit marker, or a lit AF marker. That's also optional. Get a plus flip to any one duel they take each activation. There's a tome trigger to pulse out TN12 willpower duel or push 4 inches towards the target any enemy models, and then you're coming with me, so you can push the target, which is the lamp marker, 3 inches in any direction. And it does. You can, I guess, if you were so inclined, use this bonus action on one of the lit lamps to push it more. But I don't know that that's a thing you really ever do.
No, you do.
And then, yeah, fair enough. Their other bonus action is target a lit lamp marker. And until the end phase, when taking Interact, the aura within Area 2 counts as the target is in base contact with itself. And there's a trigger for enemy models within Aura 2 can't interact until the end phase. And the counts as in base contact is like hugely contentious. Everyone's like up in arms about it. It's a whole thing. But basically, the gist is like as long as you can drop a ski marker, you can basically interact with the strategy markers in that way. Some people say you can't. It's nuanced. Ask your TO if you're planning to do this nonsense.
What do you think as the local TO, Brandon?
Yeah, if it's within base contact, it's within base contact. If it's within 1 inch, then you measure from the model. If it's within base contact, then it's anywhere in the pie plate. And base contact doesn't mean 1 inch, even though it should. That's I think what the majority consensus is, but it's I could explain. If you have questions, get in the comments. If somebody asks in the comments and you tag me, I will say more about this.
I will.
This is not the conversation to be having
I will
at 12:30
go
in
off.
the morning.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fall asleep. If
We're
we keep
almost
talking.
there. We're so close.
Doug, Lamplighters, go.
They're cool. They have some interesting synergy in tech with the fact that they interact with terrain markers, which obviously are going to be absolutely everywhere on the table because you're just going to be making a ton of shadow markers. So like I'm pretty sure that the reason it's in here is because of the combination of the fact that the melee gets really interesting with Drawn to the Unknown because it can push towards shadow markers. So you get really good flexibility, and then Unnatural Glow, obviously a terrain marker could be a shadow marker, so that's really good.
There's so many markers in this group,
and it has Unimpeded, which can be good on certain maps. It's just a good ability. It has Don't Mind Me, again, just a good ability that it can then proxy through the lamps to score points. So it has good synergy, and it can score points relatively easily in the right scenario. That's probably, in my mind, why one of these two fine gentlemen put it in there. But again,
what you got?
All right, mine is like the middle of sometimes higher. It's like a tech pick that synergizes with the
I think
group.
it's going to be more than a tech pick, and I think Nathan has a point, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Jesse, what do you think about Lamplighters?
Sure. They're just like holistically good models. They do a lot of really cool things. Being able to give out plus flips, especially if there's a lamp, like a lit lamp near Ivan, just to give him more plus flips to potentially, switch over to Crows with his runic siphon is just like straight up good. I will say that I have had difficulty using this model as a healer, so it like I think that my I might not be looking at the tech that this model can bring to the table, and maybe I'm just not like able to visualize it. So I'm interested to see what Nathan says, but it really grinds my gears that Unnatural Glow doesn't ignore concealment, and that because it's a resisted ability, even if you relent with your models, you still end up being on a double negative flip on the heal, which is really aggravating. I get why, because like Yedza can turn the heal into damage, but like that's a whole nother thing, and it would be easily resolvable. I have tried them. I have not had much success. I personally would put them pretty low, but I'm getting the feeling that I'm missing something that Nathan's going to tell me all about right now.
So yeah, the main thing for them is just everything with the lamps, because each lit lamp is a positive for each model within or two of them, and each model can use the lamp once per activation. So like, it's just having positives to almost all of your duels is incredibly valuable. On top of that, like the lamps themselves are concealing, so Ivan 1 can jump to them, Mordrake can jump to them.
All your dudes get plus flips through them.
Yep, and it helps with anything that doesn't ignore concealment, because hey, you get the positive to get around that now. So like, it makes it easier to work with like Mr. Ngaatoro or something. Shimmering Lights makes them good against melee, and usually if people see Ivan, they're probably going to go more for melee than ranged, unless they can ignore concealment. They're like, hey, you charge me, gain a distracted before you attack. What do you want to do about it?
Yeah.
Burn the Midnight Oil is like, especially the trigger on it, just say, hey, you can't interact within 2 inches of you. Have fun dealing with that. Because you can't, the lamps aren't destructible, so they have to have something to specifically remove markers. And if they can't, then they just can't interact, and like, there's not any other tech that's like that.
Yeah, you set up a lamp near one of the gather intel markers, and they're just locked off.
Or just like near your model with
blocking
intel.
off votes and stuff. Like, it's gnarly.
Yeah.
In this GG, I worry when people bring these models, because if I can't kill them, I'm fucked.
Yeah, and like, when you know you can just like hang out somewhere, you can make your lamps, light them there, and your crew just has positives for the rest of the game.
I really like these guys. I think they're absurdly strong. In particular, the synergy with this keyword is insane. So I guess the question is, where are we putting them? Nathan, what are your thoughts?
I put them high up and sometimes higher.
Yeah, I like it probably better than like the Hand of Janus, because I think it's just more combo-y. And certainly better than Rook, but maybe not better than Echo or Eva.
And you're saying mostly out of Ivan 2, or just like
either Ivan?
Both, basically.
Either.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff you're talking about would work with either.
Yeah, like
the plus flips
heal
thing works better with Ivan 1, because he tends to kind of like just find a little home and stay there.
Yep.
It'd be tougher to use with Ivan 2 because he tends to bounce around a lot, but like
Ivan 2 doesn't need it quite as much, and it helps other models as well.
Nathan,
I think just like the interact stuff in general is really probably the secret sauce now that I hear it kind of laid out.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't put it above Corvis, but I'm also kind of a Corvis, admirer, stan.
Yeah.
He's my best bay, so like whatever.
All right, I'll knock him down.
That's just me though.
Yeah, I think he's in that like
think,
general tier of sometimes higher models.
Yeah, I think if I'm playing Ivan, I'm hiring one. I think that's
this does strike me as
to give it a try more often.
This does strike me as a Brandon like slam dunk thing that you would do.
It's just really controlly finicky bullshit.
Yeah,
that's kind of my
that's like your shtick.
Yeah,
if you've got a shtick, that's it.
I just tried to pull up the next and last model, and my app auto corrected it to not an.
Nice. Yeah, I get that a lot, and it's really fucking annoying. Okay, let's talk about the last model we're going to talk about tonight. Botanist. This is a 5 cost model. It has 6 health now. They have 5 defense, 4 willpower, move 5. Feed Me, which is at the start of their activation. They can remove a marker within 4 to gain a grow token and heal 1, which there are plenty of markers to remove. Probably don't do the lamps, but anything else is game. They get +1 to its stats while it has any number of grow tokens. So that's a big change over how it used to be. They have planted roots, which is, its value goes up, as we've talked about a bunch of times with certain GGs, and it has wicked, so it gets to actually punch you for real if you disengage. Bonus action wise, they have cutting, so pitch 3 grow tokens, summon a second botanist with slow and health equal to the number of grow tokens discarded, and it has to be at least 3. So they can duplicate now. There are 3 that come in the box, so by the end of the game you could hire 1 and have all 3 in play. They also have Onward, which is a great bonus action. And they have Flesh-Eating Spores, which lets you discard 2 grow tokens and drop an additional number of shockwaves if you want. It's up to 2, so you don't have to, but it's a shockwave 1, move 12, damage 1, insure 1, which is just generally just pretty good. If they fail it, it's move 12, so like you got some stagger synergy and there's a bit there. And they have a trigger for remove 1 non-ski marker touching it, so you can eat your opponent's non-ski markers if that's relevant, which it is very frequently. And then Trapping Hawes. Target suffers 1, 2. That's a good callback. Target suffers 1, 2, 3 damage and gets staggered. It has my eye because it's got pulled here and there. And then Tasty Snack on an enemy. They get injured. You get a grow token because they gotcha. And it's stat 4, but remember if you have any grow tokens, it's stat 5. Same thing with Flesh Eating Spores. So generally speaking, they got a little bit of a nerf, but I think I don't think it's too bad, and I still think that they do a lot of what they used to do, and moreover, they duplicate with cuttings, which is very flavorful and thematic. Doug, what do you think? Botanists.
I think they're good. I like this model. I like it after its rework. I was a huge fan of it in Wastrel before its rework, but
yeah,
I recognized that was stupid and
busted.
Yeah, it didn't work like it was intended. It was pretty clearly a little overtuned in that. But I actually really like the rework. I think the rework on this card is good. Generically, I think it gets better in a keyword where there's markers everywhere for it to consume and get value out of. So if I liked the card before, I probably like it a little bit more than I did in this crew, because it's got really good easy peasy synergy that you just don't even really have to try to turn on. It's just kind of there. And these things they're 5 soulstones, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
They went down. They used to be 6
for a 5 soulstone minion. It's like, I think about it this way, right? Like, this is 5 soulstones, and the shitty little shadow guy is also what, 5, right?
5. Yeah.
This model is way better than that one. Way better, and can make more of itself kind of passively. So I feel like I'm hiring this model probably a good amount of a time when I need a 5 soulstone relevant body that is gonna do stuff on the map. This probably makes most of my lists as a 1 of, maybe sometimes a 2 of, because I just need models to be significant on the tabletop and get value, and it does that. So
sure,
probably the front of some, the very front of sometimes higher, but maybe the very back of always higher.
Yeah,
maybe.
I don't know about that, but I don't know, Jesse. How botany themed are you today?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cost 5 model with planted roots and move 6
and makes more
onward.
of itself passively in this crew, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's a floor to how bad something like that can be.
Yeah.
If you're doing an area control, like Raid the Vaults, I mean, it's pretty tough to beat botanists for that strat.
They're just
go
good.
to a place, stay in the place, and score points. That's exactly what they do.
I mean, they are defense 6, admittedly, with no other defensive tech.
And
plant
explosives.
They're probably one of the better models in the game for outflank because they're cheap, they're fast. You can't move them to get them away from there. They're just good.
And shit like plant explosives, where you just need to go move action.
Yeah. I wouldn't put them in auto. I can see an argument for that. I probably would put them pretty high in sometimes. There's often times that I'd be more likely to hire one of these than I would Corvus.
Yeah. So
I would probably put it right behind Hand of Janus and right before Corvus, or maybe right behind him, somewhere in there.
Yeah. I'm inclined to throw him behind the Lamplighters, but Nathan, what do you think?
I think on the upper end of sometimes higher, but they are, at the end of the day, just a scheme runner, and you don't always need a 5/7 scheme runner.
Yeah, that's fair.
The other big thing of them is their weakness is willpower, and that's kind of already Ivan's weakness. But these guys have the other thing of it's harder to hide them because they're size 3 and 50mm.
I guess you are playing into Ivan's weakness, so any tech they bring is also going to be tech that hits these things.
Yeah,
Yep.
but a lot of the willpower tech, well, not a lot, but a good amount of the willpower tech, I'd say, involves moving them and doing things with them, which they just flat out don't get because playing.
Yeah, and it is important to note that they can't get to defense 7 anymore, which is a really, really big deal.
Yeah.
It makes them a lot easier to kill for dedicated, quick flanking schemers.
Yeah, before you could just cheat
Archie can just obliterate these things now because you can't outstat him on his attack.
Yeah. Before you could just be they're like, here's my 12, and you're like, cool, here's my 12.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Next.
is the archetypal model that I think you would hire if you want to give Archie a model that he can kill very easily.
Yeah.
And that's saying something because Archie fucking blows now. I don't give a shit what any of the other reserves
Okay,
say.
Brandon.
He can't push through damage. He has a very narrow band of things.
Sir.
He can do. This is not. He's not good.
We're gonna make the Archie hat tier list video.
I think we hit the raw nerve.
Yeah, this is
No,
he's just gone crazy. Brandon's just gone crazy.
Every reser is like Archie is the best model, and I'm like, guy, have you seen that they eroded him? Because you're wrong. I don't even want to hire. I do hire him, but he doesn't feel good. to hire him.
Numbskull is good, right? It's a good thing.
Yeah, Numbskull. It's only upside. Definitely, that's definitely the case. Who cares? You don't need focus in Malifaux. What does that even do? Who cares?
Brandon.
It's not. Okay, so thank you so much for listening to our tier list. This was a very long tier list, but Ivan is a really complex keyword, and I'm glad that we did him justice and talked about all of this stuff that he had going on. Nathan, thank you so much for coming on to your first official tier list. You're the Ivanist.
No, he did. He was in a tier list before this. This is
he wasn't.
False information.
He's never been in a tier list.
He was in the tier list for the Madness of Malifaux Explorers Society video.
That's not a tier list.
It literally was a tier list.
It literally wasn't a tier list. And keyword tier list. The very first keyword tier list that you've been in, Nathan. Thank you for coming. Jesse, thank you so much for coming. And I look forward to seeing you at Captain Con. And I hope that everyone listening also looks forward to seeing you at Captain Con because it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Andre the other day on Discord, and he said that Texas is sending probably 2 teams, and I'd love to see a bunch of teams come from all parts of the country, maybe even internationally.
Yeah,
we're gonna have
Canadians, Australians, French people, Germans, and Austrians, and Czech Republic,
and internet walruses.
And internet walruses.
Yeah.
All of you need teams. Come on.
It'll be hard. To be fair, there's only a couple internet walruses out there, so I think it might be unfair to sequester a team for Robin or have Robin have to do one.
We can have internet aquatic mammals.
Yeah, I think Robin, as the king of the internet walruses, would head up the team of the internet aquatic mammals.
Yeah, Gary Ginderhall is qualified, I think, at least.
He's more of a reptile guy, though.
No, he does. No, he does. He has seals and
oh, he does. He does play with baby seals. Yeah.
Okay.
So important question before we go.
Yeah.
Doug, have we inspired you to try?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try. So I have to learn Cadmus 1 first because I made this promise to Nathan. Nathan's laughing at me right now. We're gonna do this tier list once I understand kind of how the keyword works. For a half a year, I've been telling Nathan I'm gonna play Cadmus. And that's my jump back into ES. Well, so I've been looking for buddies, palos of Cadmus. And I actually think I'm going to look at Ivan now specifically because the new book has given me both the Bloody Boyo, the Alleyway Echo, as well as Hand of Janus. So it basically took the scenario where I was kind of grasping at straws for OOKs that could do damage. And it just handed me 2 different ones and said all right, based on depth of play and game knowledge, make the right choice here. If you don't, you get fucked. But pick one of these, they'll probably be fine. And it's either Hand of Janus or Alleyway. And then Gibson just hands out exactly what I want to it. And I just use it to go to town. Right?
There you go. So basically you can play like Max, except you have something
and
sub in.
And we got Host Ducat. And we got Host Ducat. And which is just insanely good as a model. So,
yeah, fair enough.
Sweet.
I think in final closing thoughts, Doug, do you have anything for the internet before we say goodbye?
Thanks for coming by the internet. We'll post the links to our Discord where you can hang out and play Space Marine 2 with me and Nathan, or all of the stuff that we talked about, primarily mostly Captain Con, which this video is going to come out before. We just don't know exactly when. And so we'll have the links then there, and we'll have Jesse's boring conversation stuff. If you want to see some of like the first videos we've ever made on this channel, literally ever, in like my pool room upstairs, it's Jesse and Sam mostly doing faction overviews. So we'll link those OG faction overviews so you can literally just see all that nonsense, like basically the first Malifaux videos we ever made.
Yeah,
almost
let us know if we've
2.5 years ago
gotten any better.
Yeah.
Hopefully we fucking have. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Jesse, do you have anything outside of like, obviously Captain Con, which feel free to plug?
Yeah, hold on. We got a problem here.
Oh, okay.
It looks like the recording froze like 3 hours ago.
Nope, not for me.
Yeah, not for me.
No, I was trying to freak you out for a second there. All right.
No, we were monitoring this, sir. You can't fool us.
Good try, but I'm on top.
Oh, good try.
Look how much
says
we've
the guy who literally forgot to start the recording until I told him to.
Listen,
yeah,
sir.
I mean, it was. We weren't at my pre-flight.
We were testing you, Jesse, and you passed. And
Yeah.
you passed miraculously.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Jesse,
good night, everybody.
hold on. Do you have anything you want to? No, Nathan. Do you have anything you want to?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
all right. Wait.
It's been that time, everybody. Jesse, Nathan, thanks for coming. Do you want to say goodbye to the internet?
Yeah, you got to say goodnight to the internet, guys.
Good night, internet.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Steve, the internet.
Hey everyone, thanks for stopping by the planet. You can check out the video description below for all of our important info and links. You can see a link to the Discord if you want to come be nerds on the internet with us. We have channels for like all the games that we're playing and all of our community members are excited about. You can also check out all of our affiliate links for like our Redbubble merch store, our Pro Acryl discount code because they make the best hobby supplies on our planet and yours. And of course, our weird affiliate link if you're buying Malifaux stuff straight from Jonathan Q. Weird himself. Most importantly, though, you can see a link to our Patreon where I post things from time to time, like behind the scenes cuts or early vids. And we even have a tier where I'll bake you cookies and send them to you in real life. Thanks a ton to our current patrons who cover the cost of all of our software to make these videos, and we couldn't do it without them. You can see their names appearing now across the screen. And until next time, goodbye, the internet. We did it.